we have few housekeeping rules. Just to make a note before we are beginning the Taaruf session, first we would like to seek your cooperation in completing this session. You are invited to open your webcams to make the session more interactive, and kindly mute your microphones to avoid any interruption. In case of any questions or any queries, kindly use Zoom chat window to share your views. You can ask your questions to our eminent speakers using the chat or via the video stream by raising your hand in the icons of Zoom profile. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. We'll begin the session shortly. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نحمده ونصلي على رسول الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear members, distinguished guests, staff members of Center of Postgraduate Studies and my fellow PG students. I am Muhammad Shadab Khan from Kulia of Information and Communication Technology and a representative of Postgraduate Student Society. I'll be host for your today's session of Taaruf. So, what is Taaruf? Taaruf Day makes the beginning of our academic journey in this prestigious institution. This session is one of those windows beyond which the fear of unknown ends. We as students will come across different academic and administrative heads and various office bearers who will be our support throughout the journey of PG course. Unfortunately, we are unable to go hybrid or to face. Hopefully, inshallah, we'll return back soon to our old ways. So without further ado, I would like to invite one of our very own brothers Iftikhar Muhammad Sadi from Kulia of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences for Quran recitation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تقدموا بين يدي الله ورسوله واتقوا الله إن الله سميع عليم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا ترفعوا أصواتكم فوق صوت النبي ولا تجهروا له بالقول كجهر بعضكم لبعض أن تحبط أعمالكم وأنتم لا تشعرون. إن الذين يغضون أصواتهم عند رسول الله أولئك الذين امتحن الله قلوبهم للتقوى لهم مغفرة وأجر عظيم. صدق الله العظيم. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Walaikum salam, brother. Thank you very much for your beautiful, melodious recitation. Jazakallah alf khairan for you. May Allah bless you and reward you, inshallah. I'll request my technical team to play the IUM song.
Let's lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason, we shall excel, we shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we the Khalifa, we will fulfill the Amanah. Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of Ramadan al-Alamin. Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the worlds for
thank you very much to the technical team for the beautiful compilation of the university campus. It somehow looks serene. You cannot miss an eye. You just keep admiring every bit of it. So here we move on with the Taaruf session, and I would like to introduce our first speaker as well as the topic. The topic is the role of higher education in shaping the Ummat and Wasatan. And it's our honor and my honor to welcome Professor Emeritus Tansri Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan, Professor and Honorary Advisor of Centris. I'll try my best to introduce this dignitary in my simplest of possible words, because the name itself is a huge contributor to the cause of UIA and IIUM. Professor Emeritus Tansri Professor Dr. Kamal Hassan started as a tutor in the year 1966. In the due course of time, Tansri have served various academic positions in IIUM. Tansri has served as rector of IIUM from the year 1999 to 2006. Tansri served as a rector of, during these years, the philosophical soul of IIUM was established and paved with the vision and the mission of IIUM that emphasized on 4 aspects of integration, Islamization, international exposure, and comprehensive excellence, or shortly described as the triple I's, or triple ICE, which stands for integration, Islamization, internationalization, and comprehensive excellence. Being a man of action post-retirement, Tansri got involved in various advisory positions in the university. Tansri is also known as the man of initiatives, and his innumerable contributions will amaze me and you until the years to come. Those who haven't been to the Stack campus, then go there and see the amazing things have been done under his leadership. They will have, every cornerstone has a story behind it, and will keep, like, in my first experience when I went there, I was so, like, just by the name, I was so amazed. And the stories behind it make me mesmerized that I want to come back to Stack and see everything once and all over again. With my heart filled with gratitude, I welcome Tansri Professor Muhammad Kamal Hassan on the digital stage. And we welcome Professor. The floor is yours. The floor is yours, Tansri. We all bear in mind that we are all dependent on the technological aspect of it. So there might be some glitches. We are expected to have that, and we'll try our best to contribute. I request the attendees to fill the attendance form. I guess there was some errors being reported. The team is working and they will fix and repost the link again, so you can at least record your attendance. We are just moments away. We hope that Tansri will join us soon. Just a soft reminder to everyone that we will be having 3 topics today. First of all, we will be having our session with Prof. Emeritus Tansri Doctor in shaping the topic is the role of higher education in shaping Ummatan Wasatan. I am notified that Tansri has joined us. The stage is yours, sir.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Brother moderator, the postgraduate students attending the Taaruf program for this semester, sisters and brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for it is by His grace and His mercy that I'm able to be with you this morning to deliver a talk on the topic of the role of higher education in shaping the Ummatan Wasata. I have amended the title slightly to add the adjective Islamic to higher education. Because there's a big difference between the role of Islamic higher education and non-Islamic higher education. Yeah. For Ummatan Wasatan, I put in bracket the meaning of Ummatan Wasata, that is the just, excellent, and balanced community. Okay, for your information, I have passed on a copy of my paper to be made available to all the participants. May I know before I start if the paper has been received by the Secretariat?
Yes, so we have received the document, and we will be sharing with the participants later on.
Very good, very good. Brother moderator, your name is what?
Muhammad Shadab Khan, sir.
Shabab, yeah?
Shadab, S-H-A-D-A-B.
Okay, good, good. Okay, thank you very much.
Pleasure,
all right,
sir.
what I'm going to do is within this 1 hour period, I am going to read from the paper. So it might be a bit boring. I hope you don't mind.
No, sir, please carry on. Every single word from your end is a guidance to us.
Thank you very much. You see, first of all, in fact, the main bulk of my paper is to explain what is the meaning of Ummatan Wasata and its implications to the Muslim Ummah. And at the end, then I will make some statements about the role of Islamic higher education, in particular, IIUM. IIUM is an Islamic higher education institution. It's not an ordinary higher education. So next time, I hope when you come up with a title of the talk, please add the word Islamic. Because without the word Islamic, then higher education varies society to society based upon the worldviews of the community. And in our case, our worldview is the Islamic worldview, and education and higher education are based on the Islamic worldview. All right. So first, the introduction. I mentioned in the introduction the divine appointment of the Muslim Ummah as the Ummah Wasat to become witnesses or shuhada unto mankind. Divine appointment means that it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has appointed the Muslim Ummah, the community. It is not we who are making ourselves Ummah Wasat. Allah predetermined and designated the Ummah to be the Ummah Wasat, to be the community of justice, of excellence, and of balance, so that they would become witnesses or shuhada unto mankind. And this is based on one particular ayat in Surah Al-Baqarah, which is ayat 143. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا وما جعلنا القبلة التي كنت عليها إلا لنعلم من يتبع الرسول ممن ينقلب على عقبيه وإن كانت لكبيرة إلا على الذين هدى الله وما كان الله ليضيع إيمانكم إن الله بالناس لرؤوف رحيم صدق الله العظيم. And it is thus that we appointed you to be an Ummah Wasat, that is just, best, balanced community, so that you might be witnesses, shuhada, to all mankind, and the messenger might be a witness to you. We appointed the direction which you formerly observed so that we might distinguish those who follow the messenger from those who turn on their heels. For it was indeed burdensome except for those whom Allah guided. And Allah will never leave your faith to waste. Allah is full of gentleness and mercy to mankind. Now, you will see that the ayat is very long, but the pertinent part is the first part, which ends at alaykum shahida, because the second part talks about the changing of the qibla. So our focus should be on وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. I wish all the postgraduate students to first know this ayat and memorize it. It's just very, very short, because you need to remember this all the time, because you are part of the ummah, and the ummah has been designated to be this kind of community that is wasat community. Wasat literally means in the middle, but it really means justice and excellence and balance, all three in one. Okay, it is reported by Imam Ahmad on the authority of Abu Sa'id al-Khudari that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam interpreted the word wasatan to mean just. That is to mean adlan, just. So the Prophet himself defined wasat basically as just, or representing justice, or people of justice. This hadith is reported in the tafsir of At-Tabari and also in the tafsir of Ibn Kathir, which I have consulted. Now, the noun al-wasat, literally meaning the middle, the middlemost, the center, according to Abu Su'ud, a well-known mufassir, is originally a name for something whereby the connection of all sides to it is of equal distance, such as the center of a circle. Then the word is borrowed in order to describe the praiseworthy human qualities by virtue of those qualities being in the middle of blameworthy qualities which surround it in the modes of excessiveness, ifrat, or laxity, tafrit. There again, you can refer to Ibn Manzur, the most authoritative authority on the Arabic language, Lisan al-Arab. One of the wise sayings of the Arabs is Khairul Umur al-Wasat. The best of affairs is the middle position. The middle position there again does not mean the physical middle position, but it means justice, balance, and excellence. And it was said that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was wasatan fi qawmihi. Literally, it would mean that the Prophet was in the middle of his people, but the real meaning is that he is the best of the people, of his people, in terms of character, in terms of genealogy, and other qualities. So the word awsatuhum in verse 28 of Surah Al-Qalam, Surah number 68, has been interpreted by the commentators to mean the most just of them, daruhum. So it is clear that the word wasat cannot be translated as being done by some people as being in the middle or midmost position, because that would be a literal understanding of the word. So you need to give a non-literal definition of the word, which emphasizes justice, balance, and excellence. Now, then from the word wasat, you get the verbal noun al-wasatiyya. Al-wasatiyya. Again, al-wasatiyya is translated by many people, the media, and also by Western countries as moderation. But I disagree with that translation, and I will explain why. Of course, it has a meaning of being moderate, but moderation does not include justice or excellence or balance. So, whereas wasat means just, excellence, balance, and moderate. Yes, it will come as a subsidiary quality, not as the main quality. Now I come to the third page of my paper. The second point I want to bring up in connection with wasat is the word al-khairiyya. Yeah, Khairiyah is a verbal noun from the word khair. So I want to inform you that Khairiyah is part of Ummah Wasat when I mention excellence or being the best. So Khairiyah is being the best, being excellent. But this Khairiyah quality is not mentioned in verse 143 of Al-Baqarah, but it is mentioned in verse 110, Surah Ali Imran. Surah number 3, Ali Imran, it reads as follows: A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat lin-nas ta'muruna bil ma'ruf wa tanhawna 'anil munkar wa tu'minuna billah. ولو آمن أهل الكتاب لكان خيرا لهم منهم المؤمنون وأكثرهم الفاسقون. Now, this verse, I trust, is very well known to many Muslims. In fact, is more known than the Ummatan Wasata. The Ummatan Wasata is not frequently mentioned in khutbahs, but Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat lin-nas is so popular that people remember, yeah, you are the best community. Yeah, that's good to remember, but actually it is a part of the quality of wasatiyah under the concept of excellence. So this verse translates as follows: you are now the best community brought forth for guidance and reform of mankind. You enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong and believe in Allah. Had the people of the book believed, it were better for them. Some of them are believers, but most of them are transgressors. So in this ayah, being the best is a result of doing something that Allah wants you to do, that Allah commands you to do, and that is al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahyu anil munkar. Okay, enjoining the good and forbidding the evil. If you don't do that, then you are not the best. And in the Muslim world today, this duty is not really being fulfilled. Okay, so this verse is quite well known to educated Muslims and leaders of the community. It reminds Muslims that we belong to the best community ever produced by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the benefit of mankind as a whole. Nevertheless, the best community status is to be seen as part of the Muslim community that is wasat, yeah. The Muslim community is a community which actively prevents, prohibits, and deters all kinds of munkar. The word munkar should be known to all the postgraduate students. Ma'ruf and munkar, very, very important concepts in Islam, which in the West, they have munkar, they have ma'ruf, but with different meanings. The divinely imposed condition of al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahyu anil munkar is very demanding indeed, and not many Muslim countries or communities in the world today have been able to fulfill this condition. Because to fulfill this condition, the Muslim community has to be a true example of a virtuous and moral society, and has to be known as a true and honest fighter against evil, corruption, injustice, crimes, wrongdoings, and many other kinds of vices. So, be that as it may, Muslim political and religious leaders in the community are bound by this khairiyah value to uphold al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahyu anil munkar. In Malaysia and Indonesia, people Indonesianized it or Malayanized it by saying amar ma'ruf nahi munkar. Maybe in Urdu also they have something like that. Shortened to in Arabic it is al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahyu anil munkar. But in Malay and Indonesian they say amar ma'ruf nahi munkar. Yeah, only 4 words. It is important to realize that this khairiyah feature of amar ma'ruf nahi munkar is integrated in the verse on ummatan wasata, so that the principal responsibility of enjoining the good and prohibiting the evil is embedded in the wasatiyah characteristic. Yeah, we mentioned wasatiyah as representing just, excellent, balance. So this amar ma'ruf nahi munkar is in the excellent attribute of wasatiyah. The absolute commitment of this ummatan wasata, or just, excellent, balanced community, is first and foremost to uphold and preserve the pristine purity of the religion of Tawheed and execute the commandments and plans of Allah, thereby becoming the most suitable witnesses. Now, the word witnesses, shuhada, is very, very important. Most people tend to forget it. They say, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا. And thus, Allah has made you a just community. And they stop there, which is wrong. You cannot stop there, because Allah says, you are a just community, لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ, so that you become witnesses unto mankind. Just as you cannot say, kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat lin-nas, and stop there. You are the best community brought forth for mankind, and stop there. That is also wrong, because you are required to do what? Al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahyu anil munkar. Okay? And therefore, we become the most suitable witnesses over mankind. Shuhada ala nas. Remember that. Shuhada ala nas. After you graduate from IIUM, remember you are part of the Shuhada ala nas. And you are going to be asked by Allah on the day of judgment. What did you do? Okay? As a member of the Shuhada ala nas. I come to the third topic, or a subtopic of my paper, that is on page 5, the significance of the role of shahada. Shahada is verbal noun, witnessing. Shuhada meaning witnesses. Okay, a shahid is a witness. Okay, to get a holistic and comprehensive understanding of the concept of ummah wasat, let us ponder for a while over the divine purpose of appointing the Islamic Ummah as the just, excellent, and balanced community. Allah clearly states that it is to make the Ummah stand as witnesses before all mankind, and the messenger might be a witness before you. What this means, according to most Quran commentators, is that when the whole of mankind is called to account on the day of judgment, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam will stand witness to the fact that he had communicated to the Muslims and had put into practice the teachings postulating sound beliefs, righteous conduct, and a balanced system of life which he had received from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Muslim Ummah, as the followers of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, will be asked by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bear the same witness before the rest of mankind and to say that they had done their best to convey the message of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or to exemplify the teachings of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in their lives and their societies. What it means is that just as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had served as the best example of wasatiyah, so is the Muslim community required to do so before the whole world. The Muslim community should therefore reflect the meanings of godliness and righteousness, of the implementation of Amar Ma'ruf Nahi Munkar, of equity and fair play, and of balance and equilibrium. The Shahada role of the Muslim Ummah Wasat also means that if we Muslims fail to establish before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the day of judgment that we did our duty in conveying to mankind the guidance we had received from the Quran and the Sunnah, we will be taken to task seriously. And the honorable position of the Ummah as leaders of the whole world will spell disaster for us. We will be held partly responsible for the dominance of al-munkar in our society. So bear in mind, brothers and sisters, there's a lot of munkar in Muslim societies. All right? So we cannot run away from the religious and moral responsibility. What more as a student of an Islamic higher education institution? How would we answer the plausible question when Allah would ask, what were you doing when the whole world was convulsed by the fasad, the corruption of injustice, moral decadence, corruption, hypocrisy, and ethnic fanaticism, or religious fanaticism, or religious violence? In the Muslim Ummah's assumption of moral spiritual leadership and witnessing among mankind, the Ummah is expected to acquire the qualities of justice in law and order, good governance and ethical and just political systems, equitable socio-economic development, harmonious intercommunal relations, high educational standards, and technological prowess, to be able to utilize resources in cyberspace without getting lost or trapped in its relativism, nihilism, and hedonism. And many of our youth today, including students, are caught in this trap of nihilism and hedonism, relativism, perpetrated by the new technological media, particularly the social media. So this is, of course, a formidable challenge in the Muslim world today, given the status, the state of moral decay, the culture of mediocrity, and the power elite's dependency upon the technologically advanced nations of the West, and unending internal crisis in the Muslim world, plaguing many Muslim nations around the globe. Malaysia is very fortunate not to have this kind of internal or communal crisis and violence. We have political tensions because we follow a democratic system, but we do not have the kind of violence and killing of one another as we see in many Muslim countries. Okay, then there's a fourth part, which is on moderation and the Malay word or Indonesian kesederhanaan. This is very long, but I will just say briefly that I do not agree with the term moderation for translating wasatiyah because it diminishes the importance of justice, excellence, balance. When you are going to do something excellent, you're not going to be moderate about it. You're going to go all the way to achieve excellence. You want to be God-fearing, you're not going to be moderately God-fearing. You're going to be fully God-fearing. For Allah says so in the Quran. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu taqullaha haqqa tuqatih wa la tamutunna illa wa antum muslimun. So be fearful of Allah to the best of your ability. That is not moderation. That is not kesederhanaan. I prefer in Malay, if you want, jalan pertengahan, not kesederhanaan. Wasatiyah can be translated into Malay or Indonesian as jalan tengah, the middle path, which is not the same as being moderate. Yeah, okay, because this idea of moderation has been used, overused by the liberal elements in Muslim society to, in a way, rationalize their liberal character. They say Islam is sederhana, Islam is moderate. So I am moderate by, I don't pray 5 times a day. I just pray once a day. That's being moderate. You pray 5 times a day. That's being fanatical. Yeah, I don't have to fast for 1 month. I can fast for a few days. I don't have to observe the Islamic dress code, because to observe the Islamic dress code is to be a fanatic. I am representing the moderate Muslims, and this is exactly what Western nations want to see among the Muslims. Anybody who talks about I have to observe, the Muslim Ummah has to observe the Sharia, the sacred law of Allah, then you are immediately branded as extremists or Islamist. All right. So Islamist is a bad word. Whereas in Islam, Islamist is the one who is carrying out Amar Ma'ruf Nahi Munkar. If you don't carry out the Amar Ma'ruf Nahi Munkar, then you are going to be fasiqun or hypocrites. So I prefer then to use the term jalan tengah ataupun pertengahan yang teradil dan terbaik. Pertengahan yang teradil dan terbaik. So please, in Malaysia, Indonesia, Malay societies in Southeast Asia, stop using the term kesederhanaan to translate wasatiyah. Use the term pertengahan yang teradil dan terbaik. Yeah, you are pertengahan, but you are teradil dan terbaik. Okay. If you just say pertengahan, then well, pertengahan, like some of the Malay students say, cukup makan. Tengah-tengah, you're not actually getting A, neither are you F, you are, D. So pertengahan lah tu. Sederhana. No, that misconception of kesederhanaan must be corrected. Okay, now I go to I'm going to read some verses of the Quran which will show us that Allah does not agree or promote or encourage that misconceived moderation, the concept of moderation as understood in the West or by the West. For instance, there is this verse, Surah An-Nisa. An-Nisa is Surah number 4, verse number 135 on page 8 of my paper. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كونوا قوامين بالقسط شهداء لله ولو على أنفسكم أو الوالدين والأقربين إن يكن غنيا أو فقيرا فالله أولى بهما فلا تتبعوا الهوى أن تعدلوا وإن تلووا أو تعرضوا فإن الله كان بما تعملون خبيرا. O believers, stand firm for justice. Yeah, stand firm for justice and bear true witness for the sake of Allah, even though it be against yourselves, your parents, or your relatives. It does not matter whether the party is rich or poor. Allah is well-wisher of both. So let not your selfish desires swerve you from justice. If you distort your testimony or decline to give it, then you should remember that Allah is fully aware of your actions. So in emphasizing the need to uphold justice, there is no moderation there. Yeah, no moderation there. In the fight of the Palestinians to uphold their justice, then what has been stolen from the Palestinian lands, property, must be returned back. You can't say, well, let's agree to be moderate. You know, I give you some freedom. Let me take your land. I have been, planting all kinds of trees on it. I remove your olive trees and I plant my own trees now. So please, let's try to be moderate. That kind of moderation is not justice. And Allah wants us, كونوا قوامين بالقسط. Now, قوامين بالقسط, justice for everybody. For instance, if in a Muslim society, let's say in Spain or in Morocco, you have a synagogue in the Muslim community, you must make sure that the synagogue is not being, sort of attacked by Muslim youths in retaliation for what the Zionists do in Palestine, and then you do that. That is not justice. All right. So justice is you have to prevent the Muslim extremists from destroying non-Muslim lands and property in Muslim societies. Okay. Then another verse in Surah Al-Ma'idah, Surah number 5, verse number 2. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ولا يجرمنكم شنآن قوم أن صدوكم عن المسجد الحرام أن تعتدوا وتعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان واتقوا الله إن الله شديد العقاب. Let not the hatred of some people who once hindered you from the sacred mosque incite you to commit aggression. Cooperate with one another in righteousness and piety, and do not cooperate in sin and transgression. Have fear of Allah. Allah is stern in punishment. And then another one, يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. O you who believe, including all of us here now, fear Allah as He should be feared, and die not but as true Muslims. True Muslims are people who uphold the Sharia of Allah. And if you say, well, I am a Muslim, but I'm not involved in upholding the Sharia, I don't want to be involved, then you are not a true Muslim. You're not a moderate. You are, what do you call it, a traitor to Islam. You're not a moderate to Islam. You are a traitor to Islam. And there are many traitors in the world today among Muslim leaders, particularly in the Middle East. Then I am going to go to page 11, the importance of Islamic leadership and its spiritual moral foundation. When Allah tells us that we are Ummah Wasat, just and excellent and balanced community, this cannot be developed without the sound leadership. Yeah, and the leaders must be role models, must be the role models of justice, of excellence, and of balance. So you can't have a community becoming by itself just and excellent. It took one man by the name of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to lead the Jahiliyyah society out of Jahiliyyah, just one man out of Jahiliyyah into the world of Tawheed, the worldview of Tawheed, to change from Shirk to Tawheed. And you have to have a leader, and that leader is called, is described as having Uswatun Hasana, the best example. So we need to have leaders of this type to establish the Ummatan Wasata, to shape the Ummatan Wasata. And where are the leaders going to come from? From IIUM, as one of the channels, as one of the institutions which produce leaders for the last nearly 40 years. And now, alhamdulillah, we have many good leaders in Africa, in East Africa, in East Europe, Eastern Europe, in Bosnia, in China even, in Southeast Asia, and even in Palestine. We have our graduates everywhere, and they are playing the role of Islamic leaders. Again, we need Islamic leaders, leaders who are committed to the worldview of Islam and the teachings of Islam, and who uphold the Sharia, the sacred law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I mentioned in this subtopic the success in actualizing the Ummah Wasat in Muslim nations, societies, or communities, I believe, depends to a large extent upon the emergence of a new generation of Muslim leaders, a new generation of Muslim leaders. The present one is corrupt generation. Okay? Get rid of the corrupt generation. Create a new, uncorrupt generation of leaders. To provide the most desirable and appropriate leadership for the necessary transformation, which in Arabic is called Islah, reform, Tajdeed, renewal, and Tahwil, or change, in the fields of politics, economics, business, industry, professions, lower education, higher education, governance, and very, very important governance, because in the governance our leaders have failed miserably. ICT, media, diplomacy, public administration, judiciary, and some of the judiciaries in Muslim countries are also corrupt. You can buy the judges. I envisage that the new breed of Ummatic leadership in contemporary socio-political context would have to possess, among other noble qualities, the following general attributes. Here I have given several attributes of these leaders. All right, I will just briefly summarize. The first one, having professional knowledge and competency in areas of specialization. So knowledge and competency are prerequisites. Number two, integrated personality and having integrated personality and characteristics of true believers. Number three, these leaders possess and practice the principles of justice, khairiyah, ihsan, balance, integrity, humility, sincerity, accountability, and so on. And the next one is having strong Islamic brotherhood. Ukhuwah Islamiyah is another quality of Islam, of good Islamic leadership. And the next one is readiness to strive and sacrifice time, money, and energy for furthering the cause of Islam. Fi sabilillah. And next one, ability to establish and strengthen transnational network. The Muslim leaders must have a network, a transnational network. And the basis for that, IIUM students, is the Alumni Association. Can you be your basis for the transnational network? And then next one is you need to be able to relate peacefully with the non-Muslim communities. And you can see some examples of that in Malaysia. Sharing of power between Muslims and non-Muslims, working together on certain common goals. So, and then practicing tasamuh, practicing tolerance, also compassion of Islam, and practicing also the idea of rahmatan lil alameen, that is a mercy to all mankind. All right. So these are some of the qualities that our leaders need to have. And then where are these qualities going to be molded or shaped? Well, in Islamic higher education institutions. Of course, the higher education is the last stage. It's better if all these qualities are nurtured from childhood, in the family, in the school, and then you come to the university for the fulfillment. But even if you don't have that background, in IIUM, there are a lot of opportunities for you to actualize your potential to be the God-fearing leaders of the new future. In the next subtitle, I talk about the type of Muslim leaders required for ethical and ummatic transformation. We have to know that we are living in an age of global facade, age of moral decadence, political chaos, mischief, corruption, deceit, oppression, hypocrisy, and increasing turbulence, as well as exploding mental distress in an era of modernity and postmodernity of meaninglessness, postmodernity of meaninglessness, or modernity of meaninglessness. There is also no doubt that we Muslims are living in an age nearing the end of time, the Akhir Zaman, in which we can expect to see or suffer from many kinds of fitna, trials and tribulations, including political fitna. So the Muslim leaders, the new Muslim leaders, need to have strong, sincere, and unshakable iman in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as the foundation. And that iman in Allah, not just as a creator, but as the sustainer, controller, and sovereign of all that exists. And then the quality of taqwa, or I translate taqwa as profound consciousness and constant mindfulness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, accompanied by obedience to his commandments, as well as fear of transgressing his prohibitions. That is the meaning of taqwa. In short, you can say piety or God-fearing, but the full meaning I give here is profound consciousness and constant mindfulness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, accompanied by obedience to his commandments, as well as fear of transgressing his prohibitions. If we do not have these qualities, brothers and sisters, we are going to easily succumb to the dominant un-Islamic trends in this so-called post-truth and post-normal times. I have seen many examples in the last 70 years of Muslim leaders who rose to become leaders only to fall due to the temptations, materialism, selfishness, and greed of wealth and power. They went up the ladder from the university. They were good in the university and they were professionals, but they were not really equipped with the spiritual foundation of taqwa. So they could be easily bought over by women. I mean, not women buying them, but men using women to buy them, to corrupt them. Power. Human beings are hungry for power. And so you forget about IIUM code of conduct and taqwa once you see the glitter of power and what it brings to you. So it is useful to remember in this regard that believers have been cautioned by Allah that they should not think they're going to have an easy life in this world. You are going to have an easy life, brothers and sisters, in the hereafter. In this world, it is struggle, striving, putting up against all kinds of evil, and not to succumb to evil or to compromise with evil in the name of moderation. So Allah tells us, as you know in the Quran, وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ أُولَئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ صَلَوَاتٌ مِّن رَّبِّهِمْ وَرَحْمَةٌ وَأُولَئِكَ هُمُ الْمُهْتَدُونَ. Allah says, we shall certainly test you by afflicting you with fear, hunger, loss of properties and lives and fruits. Give glad tidings then to those who remain patient, those who, when any affliction smites them, they say, verily, we belong to God, and it is to him that we are destined to return. upon them will be the blessings and mercy of their Lord, and it is they who are rightly guided. My next item is the necessity of tarbiyah ruhiyah, or spiritual education, or tarbiyah imaniyah, education for the internalization of true iman in Allah for Muslim leaders and those aspiring to be the leaders. So what I'm saying is that you have to aim to be leaders, all right? And you know the qualities. So in order to sustain the qualities and to survive the temptations of the world, you need a very strong tarbiyah ruhiyah, spiritual education, which involves the cleaning of the heart, tazkiyatun nafs, the cleaning of the soul, yeah, the cleaning of the mind from lust, from hawa, from the lower self, yeah. And this is also something that you will learn in the ibadah camps in the future, inshallah. In this regard, Sheikh Qaradawi, a great Muslim alim, who is now, I think, approaching 100 years or more, emphasizes this need for every kind of leadership to have the spiritual education, to strengthen the soul, to clean the nafs from all the diseases of the heart, from amrad al-qalb, greed, jealousy, pride, ostentation, selfishness, ananiya, hubbul dunya, love of the world, hubbul jah, love for position and authority. All these are abstract spiritual diseases which destroy leaders. All right? So we need to undergo the process of cleaning the heart and also the mind from all these diseases, and to be aware of also shaitan. Shaitan is always working to take you away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to undermine you, to stop your progress, your spiritual progress, and take you away from the path of Allah to His path. And many young people have also become victims of satanic insinuations. Okay, so you have to, in your spiritual education, you bear that in mind. But in the non-Islamic higher education institutions, nobody talks about Satan or shaitan. Yeah. So they talk more about skills, about intelligences, how to master the 7 intelligences and have the right skills and attitude. Yes, we need those skills, we need those attitude, but you have also to make sure that your heart is not subverted by desires of the world and the insinuations or the traps of Satan. Finally, I come to the last part of my paper, which is on page 16 and 17. That is the role of Islamic higher education in shaping the Ummah al-Wasata, which is in a way a summary of what I want to say. because this in itself requires a lot of discussion. So number one, I say you have to recognize the differences between Islamic higher education and non-Islamic higher education in terms of, number one, the worldviews. What are the worldviews? Number two, the ends of higher education. Number three, methodology for achieving the ends. And number four, qualities of the teaching staff and leadership. On the worldviews, I mentioned that the Islamic institutions is based on the Quranic worldview, whereas non-Islamic higher education institutions are based on secular worldviews. So you have two different worldviews producing two different types of human personalities. As for the ends, Islamic higher education include the production of holistic, integrated and balanced servants and vicegerents of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on earth in order to achieve well-being in this world, hasana fid dunya, and well-being in the hereafter, and hasana fil akhirah. Whereas the un-Islamic, non-Islamic higher education does not address the hereafter at all. They leave it to the family or to the priests. Education has nothing to do with the hereafter. In our case, education has to do with the here and the hereafter. Because the end is not here. The end is there, either in Al-Jannah or in Al-Jahannam. And the third is methodology for achieving. For Islamic institutions, integration of wahi and aqal. Yeah, wahi is divine revelation and aqal is human reason. In non-Islamic institutions, wahi has no role to play. Wahi is being rejected as a source of knowledge. So only the mind or the aqal or the intellect is the supreme guide. As for the qualities of teaching staff, the Islamic higher education emphasize comprehensive excellence. That is to say, to become physically, intellectually, emotionally, socially, and most important of all, spiritually and ethically excellent. The most important quality of excellence is the spiritual and the ethical, based on the purification of the spiritual heart or qalb, which prioritize the values of iman, the values of ihsan, taqwa, and mahabbah, or love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, the last point is one whole paragraph on page 17. IIUM as an example of Islamic higher education. Based on its own philosophy of unity and Islamization of human knowledge, the vision of establishing a virtuous civilization based on the goals of Hasana fil Dunya and Hasana fil Akhirah, and its 7 comprehensive mission of worldly and ethical excellence, IIUM has been focusing on producing the new breed of holistic leaders and professionals for Muslim societies. So, brothers and sisters, you need to know the vision and the mission of IIUM. The mission is 7 statements. So you can read all that online if you go to the website of the university and try to understand that, because you are going to become the leaders of the Ummah, and the mission, the 7 missions define for you the most important goals in your life as believers, first of all, as believers, and secondly, as the alumni or former students of IIUM. In recent years, Muslim intellectuals and scholars have rediscovered the Quranic vision of Ummatan Wasata. I mentioned to you that most of the time people talk about Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat lil nas. But in the last few decades, particularly after 9/11, then scholars talk about Ummatan Wasata. But they define it as moderateness, yeah, not excellence, okay? And so also in IIUM, we took that seriously. And so in the last decade, we began to discuss how the university, the curriculum can be adjusted, modified, restructured to serve the ultimate goal of shaping the Ummatan Wasata. One particular project that I have been working on in the university is called Vision 2077. Why 2077? Another 56 years or so. Why? Because by 2076, I think November something in 2076, there will be the 16th century Hijrah, the end of 1443. So we will have 1444 Hijrah, inshallah. So we have this long-term planning for the Ummah. We're doing this for the Ummah, not just for the university. But it's still in progress. We have not finished the work. So what we hope is that by the time the Muslim Ummah reaches the 16th century Hijriya, the educational, the political, economic, cultural, technological, interreligious, and public health situation of the Muslim Ummah would be much, much better than what they are now. It is therefore crucial that the academic staff and leadership of IIUM, your teachers, your lecturers, your heads of departments, you can discuss with them. Reconstruct the curricula of IIUM. You cannot use the old, pre-postmodern period of the world, or in, let's say, the 15th century Hijrah curriculum. You have to prepare for the 16th century Hijrah curriculum. To facilitate the production of IIUM graduates as the new breed of leaders. You are the new breed of leaders. Every one of you, no exception. Allah will call you to account. Inspired by the vision of global leadership and becoming witnesses for truth, shuhada ala nas, justice, excellence, and balance in the world, in the spirit of rahmatan lil alameen. IIUM students and postgraduate students have to be prepared to play this new role of global leadership wherever they may be. May Allah bless you all. May Allah make our task of becoming the new leaders a success, because the Ummah is in a miserable state and requires the new leadership. And IIUM students have been playing their wonderful role in building the society of balanced progress with truth and justice and excellence and balance as the foundation of Ummatan Wasata. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Tansri Prof. Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan. It was amazing. I would be willing, like, it should be continuing for more and more, because the learning is immense. And me coming from a non-Muslim country, India, and we have been looking over many things which have been changing in the recent history. So there are many pointers which I can derive on a personal note, and as far for my brothers and sisters who have been joining from different places and locations. Although we have been welcoming questions through the chat box, I would request if any of the participants, if they have a question, they can request the technical team to turn on their audio and you can ask your questions directly through Tansri Prof. Or else I will be taking up questions from the chat box. So in the meantime, Tansri, Prof. Doctor, I have a question from one of the sisters, Nabila Noor. She says, and I quote, thank you for the interesting topic and it's also well delivered. I have a question. We have been told that each of us created to be a Khalifatul fil Ard, which means we delivered a specific role in our role to our society and to build an Ummatan Wasatan in this era. What kind of preparation that we should take, especially in higher education section, to build an Ummatan Wasatan with our specific roles as Khalifatul fil Ard?
Okay, thank you very much, Sister. Sister Nabila is from where? Which country?
She did not mention, sir.
From Indonesia, Professor.
Oh, from Indonesia. Very good, very good. Okay. So I think, okay, this is, okay, since you mentioned the country is very important, you have to work in the context of your country. Like the moderator has to work in the context of India, which now has taken a very strong anti-Islamic policy, trying to create a genocide of Muslim community in India. In Indonesia, you have the problem of a liberal view of religion, because the Indonesian constitution recognizes 6 religions as having equal. So equality, a plurality of religion. So I think the first preparation you have to make is to make sure that the Muslim groups you have to strengthen the idea of this mission of Khilafah fil Ard and Ummatan Wasata, because yeah, there you have to say that you believe in Pancasila, okay, but Pancasila should not be an obstacle for Ummatan Wasata. So you try to maybe see how Pancasila, how Ummatan Wasata fits in with the Pancasila worldview. So that is a first intellectual task you have to do. That is to make the younger generation, the new scholars and would-be leaders to work together for the Ummatan Wasata. That's number one. Number two, as I said, try to put, you know, the future of 2077 as the new vision. Yeah, the vision of Indonesia, of course, is limitless. But for the Muslim Ummah, they have to look forward to the arrival of the 16th century. The other preparation is, as I said, is to strengthen the spiritual foundation. But on the basis of the spiritual foundation, you also need to have the skills required for economic development, political development, governance, science, industry, and so on. So you already in Indonesia, Sister Nabila, you already have the alumni. So you may be able to work with the alumni to promote the concept of Ummatan Wasata. Khalifah fil Ard, I think everybody is aware, but Ummatan Wasata is less emphasized, whereas that is what we are required to do. And that can be done even in a Panchasila society. And you may be able to also get the cooperation of non-Muslim communities to understand that Ummatan Wasata is not just for Muslims. I mean, justice is for everybody. Excellence is to help everybody. Balance is a good quality for everybody. But the Muslims have to be the witnesses, the shuhada. Okay, so you have intellectual preparation, you have professional preparation, you have community preparation, psychological preparation, yeah, okay, and political preparation also, because again, politics in Indonesia is very, very interesting because there's so many political parties, and sometimes political parties override religious unity. You should try to make religious unity above political partisanship. Okay, that's what I can say for the time being. Thank you, Sister Nabila.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri Prof. Doctor. While waiting for other participants to join in from the online session, we have another question from our chat. It's from one of the brothers named Noor Muhammad Khalid. And brother Noor Muhammad Khalid asks the question that, how does IUM plan to combat racism amongst the teaching and non-teaching staff and students?
Okay, thank you very much. Brother Noor is from where? Brother Noor, where are you from?
I'm from India, Professor.
Oh, from India. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Well, how is IIUM going to... First of all, I'm not really in the university. I've been out of the university environment. I've not been teaching for the last, since 2017, for the last 5 years. So I do not know about the problem of racism among teachers or students. But if it has become very severe, then the students must go and meet the rector and talk to the rector. Only the rector can put an end to this. All right. But I hope it is not as serious. But I cannot say, maybe it has become serious. I don't know. During my time, we do have this ethnic polarization, in the sense that the Malay community tends to be together and neglecting the non-Malay minority communities. But it's not so much racism, it's just that the majority is not really going out to help the minority. So there is a failure of brotherhood, not the manifestation of racism, because they're not saying the Malay race is better than the Indian race. So it's not that. It's just that the sense of being in the majority make them feel secure, and they become less sensitive to the needs of others. So please, Brother Noor, if it is very severe, very serious, then you must discuss this with the rector. Thank you very much.
To put the record straight, I have never faced racism in the university, but this is a human trait to align with one's own groups and kind of look down upon the others, especially if they are in the minority. So I thought given the long-term vision of the university, they must address this, which could creep in over time, as we can see it happening all over the world.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Brother Noor, for that explanation. I think it is important. I hope that the postgraduate society, there is a postgraduate society, can also discuss with the dean for postgraduate studies, and the dean can then caution the academic staff and the students from time to time about this tendency, to congregate among themselves and then to look down upon the others. This is really very bad. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tansri Prof. Doctor.
Thank
Yeah, his mention was also about the non-teaching staff. So I can very well relate to what
Teaching
he's
staff.
been addressing to. Yeah,
Mm-mm,
because it's not just the students, it's not just the teachers. The major role play of the non-teaching staff somehow is demanding towards the students and the staff as well.
Okay. Thank you
So
very much.
with that continuation to the same question, it was my own question which I was trying to figure out about the transnational network which you talked about. Or you can say, you said that the collaboration and dedication by the principles of Islamic solidarity. So my question to you is how a person who is joining fresh, like he or she is coming from a different background or different country, how he can or she can come to a platform of such networking which can last longer post IUM era. That's my personal
Okay.
question to you.
Thank you very much. It's a very important question, and I don't have an answer for that. I believe the alumni, the Department of Alumni, should be working on this. Brother, maybe you could drop by the alumni office and raise this question, because I do not know what the alumni office has done for students who come in, but do not have that kind of Islamic, solidarity sentiment. But you want them to be part of the Islamic solidarity. So there should be some, some books or some pamphlets or some references that the alumni office could guide the student to read. And also the existence of alumni association. They should be able to know. All of you should be able to get a list of the addresses of the alumni, because it's better to work through the alumni rather than individually. Thank you very much, brother, for very good question.
Thank you, Tansri Prof. Doctor. While we are waiting for others to join in, if anybody has a question, I would repeat, you can turn on your mic and your cam and you can ask to Tansri Prof directly. While we are waiting for questions.
By the way, who is the director for, or the dean for postgraduate studies?
Prof. Dr. Ida Madiha, she is the CPS dean.
Oh, okay.
Center of Postgraduate Studies dean.
So because okay, it's good. She is a very good professor of law.
Yes.
I think, and she is, I'm sure, very, very concerned about some of the questions, but she may not be exposed to these questions, especially about, the so-called racism and also how to help the new students. So please drop by her office and give my salam to her. Okay.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
Thank you very much.
There's one question from one of the sisters, Noor Faiha Nasser. And it's like, the question says, do you think that there is a depreciation of knowledge happening among Muslims at the moment?
Okay, that's a very general question. It's not easy to answer. Depreciation of knowledge. This is okay. If we focus only on we confine this question to students or the youth in the Muslim world, then is not a question, to me, it's not a question of depreciation, but confusion as to what is knowledge, what is information. The two have been conflated to the point that what is actually information has been passed on as knowledge. This is very, very dangerous as a result of the social media. So the social media makes information knowledge, and the true knowledge of Islam is considered relative. So truth becomes relative. Then there is this self-centeredness in the social media, or some of the un-Islamic trends in the world today, postmodernism, new atheism, hedonism. So there's a big confusion with regard to what is knowledge, what is not knowledge. And we hope our scholars in the Muslim world will be able to address this issue so that our young people will not continue to be lost. It's a new responsibility of the scholars, because this is a new issue, a new problem in the Muslim world, which did not exist 20 years ago. So who is asking this question, by the way? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, she refers to a friend of hers. It says, yeah, that's from a friend of mine.
Oh,
Sister Noor Fariha. That was the question.
maybe, yeah, maybe if she, maybe my knowledge there could be also referring to religious knowledge, right? Could be referring to religious knowledge.
Maybe most
Religious
probably.
knowledge is being depreciated. Yeah, because of the influence of materialism, the influence of new ideologies in the media, which particularly the new atheism of the West, which is very, very strongly impacting the social media. So again, we call upon the scholars of Islam in different countries to address this issue.
Thank you, Tan Sri Prof. Doctor. The same, if nobody has a question, then on the same terms, I would like to continue the discussion towards the end of our session, because we are also reaching on time. When you talk about the Islamic higher education and the integration with the help of the correct methodology in achieving the ends and integrating the divine revelation and human reason for comprehensive excellence, like how students who is fresh starting the career at higher education level in IIUM can respond to that methodology part?
Well, this is a classroom issue. I am making a theoretical exposition, but I do not know about what's going on in the classroom. Let's say if the student is in economics, with the emphasis on Islamization of knowledge, the professor should be able to integrate the Islamic values in the professional disciplines. And the way the professor does it is very important. This one, I do not know, the classroom situation. So the student has to take note. If the professor or the instructor is actually doing dualism, or dichotomization. In other words, the professional is accepted as it is, and then the religious is accepted but separated from the professional. That is not integration, that is not Islamization. So we expect the senior professors to be able to integrate, so that we know what are things which we can accept from the conventional system, and what are the things which we cannot accept from the conventional systems. All right?
True. It's a balance kind of thing in between.
Exactly. So as I said, this has to be observed in the classroom, and then you can discuss with the lecturer concerned. Okay?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you very much, Prof. Doctor.
Thank you.
If there are, and not if I am calling for other members who are the attendees, if you have any questions, you can post it in the chat. Else, we'll conclude this session with a word of thanks to.
Excuse me, if I may respond to the question raised by the student and
yeah,
Prof. Kamal's comment. Yes, Prof. Kamal, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Yes. I see very little claims on discrimination, but we do receive complaints on discrimination. And, our office take such allegations very seriously, and we take action upon it.
Okay.
Not to worry, it's not so widespread in YE.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ida.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. I told you that you can take it from Prof. Ida. She's very concerned.
Yes, hope Brother Noor Muhammad Khalid has a satisfactory answer to his query.
Yeah.
I have in the chat qualified that for the records, I have never faced discrimination in the UIA. 3 of my daughters have passed out from UIA. I've come in, I've completed 3 years in UIA, and I've joined for my PhD. But there is this palpable sense of being discriminated amongst the section of non-Malaysian students, which is not unnatural, and this happens in greater magnitude in other institutions. And I've lived a good part of my life in non-Indian situations. Even there, they complain about their hosts. So it's not unusual, but I was talking in terms of the long-term plan of the university and how they plan to theoretically document the steps that need to be taken if and when there is discrimination noticeable. For my sake, on my own personal record, I've come back to the university only because I do not notice discrimination there. And I must say this for the sake of the record. I mentioned this in the chat as well.
Yes, Brother Khalid, thank you very much. And we did acknowledge your vision that you were trying to not impose on a given situation, but it was a long-term vision of yours that how the university and the students and the community of IUM will evolve altogether.
This discrimination maybe at the level of the non-academic staff, the way non-academic staff, the administrators, tend to treat to address the needs of the non-Malaysian students. I think this is an area that needs to be addressed, and I hope Prof. Ida can take it up with the non-academic management staff, so that this phenomenon of discrimination, although it's not really that strong, should not be there. So I hope that the non-academic staff association has introduced a way of making sure that discriminatory practices do not happen in the administration.
We hope for that, inshallah, and our leaders of the current time might guide us as students and staff towards the right path. With that, I would really thank you, Tansri Prof. Dr. Muhammad Kamal Hassan, sir, that your words of insight, your wisdom of knowledge, your the way you view things and the way you spot things out, it's immense, and it's like, for a student like me, it gives a lot of learning. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant goodness in this world and hereafter for your insights and visions, which act as a guiding light in academia and community development worldwide for all the students of knowledge. And I thank you from my bottom of my heart. With this, we came to an end, or maybe Prof. Tansri has some parting words for us. Just to acknowledge that we'll be having a very short break of 3 minutes before we start our next session. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are continuing with our second session for the day with the topic of transformation of research landscape in Malaysia, the concept of responsible research and human-centric education. The wonderful speaker, Professor Datuk, Dr. Asma Ismail. She holds a Ibn Sina professional chairholder. And if I add to an introduction, Prof. Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail obtained her Bachelor's of Science and her PhD from University of Nevada and her Master's from Indiana University, United States of America. She was the first woman to become the Vice Chancellor of a public university. In fact, twice. Firstly at University Sans Islam Malaysia, and next at University Sans Malaysia. She is vastly experienced in Malaysian academia and also played a crucial part in developing and implementing the Malaysian education blueprint for higher education, which is from 2013 until 2015, which I am also studying, by the way. For her outstanding contribution in education, she was awarded Toko Sri Kandi National Award in Academia in 2018. In addition, she is also the first female Director General of Higher Education and the first female President of Academy of Sciences in Malaysia. Inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail to the digital stage. Professor, the floor is yours.
Right.
The mic is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Salam sejahtera and a very good morning to all postgraduates, participants, and Professor Ida, she's on board. Thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts on the next topic. So let me try to share screen. Okay. Mr. Muhammad, can you see the slides?
Yes, Prof. Doctor.
Okay. All right. What was the topic given to me is transformation of research landscape in Malaysia, the concept of responsible research and human-centric education. Mr. Muhammad, I'm now Professor Emerita. So to add to the list of things that I have on my name.
My apologies, madam, to
no problem,
incorrectly introduce you.
No problem. I think the secretary also forgot to add that I'm an emerita, suggesting obviously that I'm old already, Muhammad, and emerita only is given to people who have retired. Okay. And basically, this is the concept or scope that I would like to discuss today with the students. The purpose, what is the purpose about impactful research, lessons learned from COVID-19, and time to change, and the concept of responsible research, and human and nature-centric education, and strategic design of the research methodologies. First of all, my congratulations to all the postgraduates that has now decided to choose IIUM as your destination for further learning. I suppose if I were you, I would, before I decide on which university I would want to come and study, I would ask, first of all, what is so unique about IIUM? What would I gain there by coming to the university? Because after all, we are no longer talking about doing undergraduate. We are talking about masters and PhD. Basically, when you start to talk about masters or PhD, this is the ultimate highest endpoint of education. And therefore, it's very important that you choose your university well. And secondly, you choose your supervisor well, because a wrong supervisor may not be very good for your career development in the future. So when I Google what is IIUM, and when I Google a topic of humanizing education, and if you type the word responsible research and innovation, you will find IIUM. It's probably the only university that will come up on the Google search. Basically, what are the IIUM educational goals? Now that you've joined the IIUM family, I think it's very important that you understand the spirit of the university. This is the concept of Insan Sejahtera, which is a balanced and harmonious values-based. So this is a place where you want to get values-based integrated education. That means when you are here, it's not about silo education, it's about multidisciplinary approach to the research that you're about to do. And it has to now connect with Sustainable Development, or SDG, which is our part and parcel of Education 2030. And there is a need, therefore, for shared learning via convergence of knowledge of the academic and experiential learning. So it's not enough, that is the end game of this university. It's not enough for you to just generate knowledge, but it's also important whether that knowledge can also be creating impact to the community via doing community engagement. Responsible research and innovation is another word that is associated with IIUM, is relevant to Maqasid Sharia in meeting SDG goals and mercy for all. And to me, this is a wow. Because basically you do not find RRI in any other universities probably in the country. And being the Director General, I do know that none of the universities, public universities in Malaysia have a Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of RRI. It's always Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation. And this is an Islamic university moving SDG. And this is to me another wow for this university, because it is a university that wants to create impact. So that is something that you also need to understand the spirit of this university. And it's also a university that is discussing now about humanizing education, where leaders with amanah to deliver the higher purpose of education in terms of teaching and learning, in terms of responsible research and innovation, and in terms of community engagement. And there are unique office basically in this university, which we are talking about the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Responsible Research and Innovation. That's unique because no other TNCs in the country with this post. And you have a Center for Knowledge for Change. Basically, you understand this word. It is not Center for Knowledge Generation, but Knowledge for Change. That means it's action-oriented. And so for your information, for the students who just joined, Knowledge for Change and Responsible Research and Innovation actually will become the center stage in the future. So if you now choose IIUM, you probably is in the right university. But first things first, all right? what is your purpose of doing research? I think this is something mirror, mirror on the wall. You got to answer, first of all, what is your why? Why did you come here to do research, all right? What is the purpose of why you want to do research? And I think you have to be truthful and clear as to the purpose of why you want to do research, because to me, the niat, the aim is very, very important. Okay. If you are already a working person, you are a lecturer or a worker, but you want to get your master's or PhD. So do you want just to come in here to build reputation and be a domain expert in the area? Or do you come here because by working, you need a master's or PhD, and therefore you come to IUM or any university, doesn't matter, as long as you get promoted, right? Because with this extra master's or PhD, then chances are there for you to get promoted. Or are you simply meeting KPIs, and basically that's why you do research, all right? Or you come here to get a postgraduate degree or a postdoc, and basically you're not really sure why you are here. You simply go with the flow. Basically, there are no jobs right now. Might as well do your master's or PhD in the meantime, you know, until and if you do get a job somewhere midway, you just quit the master's or PhD and then just go for the job, because you know job is not easy to get. So basically, you just hang in there, not sure, simply go with the flow. Or do you want to contribute to knowledge and pursue the truth? Okay, that's another thing that you need to ask yourself. Or the research that you want to do essentially is not to be kept for yourself and not to be kept as a thesis in the library, but you actually want to do something about making a change to society and possibly to nation building. So do you want to do that? Or you just simply want to have a master's and PhD because that's what your parents tell you to do, because that's what it takes to be a job seeker in the country. So whether you are in Malaysia or you go back to your own home country, you just want to be a job seeker. Or do you want to gain knowledge and create knowledge so that you can become a job creator? And you create companies and startups so that you can now hire more people and move the economy of the country. Right, so there are many reasons possibly, and these reasons is not exhaustive. You probably have your own reasons why you want to come in, but niat is very important. What is your purpose of why you want to do the research? Because it does matter. What I have to say now, it does matter whether you're going to tune off or you're going to say, okay, there's something that I want to do about and I want to be a change maker. So research is done basically to develop and enhance innovations for wealth creation and societal well-being and provide solutions to problems that threaten humanity. That's basically why research is done. So, and I would say that most, if not all, researchers are motivated by the fact that their research would make a difference in the world. And basically, to make a difference to humanity, we need to go back to basic. You have to ask the question like, how do we make a difference and generate knowledge that is beneficial? First of all, you have to do impactful research. So this is the new landscape for R&D. Yeah? A lot of the time, you're just doing research for the sake of research, but now we need to move now to impactful research. Why? Malaysia has, since 2010, produced 368,000 research publications, and we rank very proudly number 24 out of 243 countries of the world. So out of these 368,000 publications, are we creating impact to the academics? Yes. To the public, not enough or not at all. All right. Because out of these 368,000 research publications that we have done, only less than 10% of our publications are in the top 10% citation percentile. Basically, most of the papers have zero citation. Nobody reads your paper. You're just publishing it for the sake of satisfying the KPI or for the sake of making sure that you have some publications in your CV, but at the end of the day, nobody reads it, nobody gives a hoot about what you're doing, right? And sure enough, we rank number 69 out of 132 countries in converting our knowledge into innovation so that the public, the society, or the nation, or the industry can benefit from the work that you do. So creating awareness via books and journals is basically just academic impact. And but if you want to create knowledge for change, and sustainable change in society, if you want to make a difference, then you need to go beyond academia. You need to show demonstrable impact, and you need to be action oriented. So one way to create impact is basically to provide solutions to the SDGs, the 17 SDG, and actually show mercy for all humankind. So when I talk about impact in terms of research impact, essentially there are three kinds of research impact. One is the academic or the theoretical impact. This is the traditional knowledge generation work that one does, where you demonstrate a contribution to academic advances, understanding across disciplines or within disciplines. So in short, showing advances in understanding, or you changes in the methodology or in theory and application. You generate new knowledge, but not impactful to society, right? So this knowledge has not yet benefited humankind. The next one is socio-economic or practical. This is the one that we want now in the current landscape for higher education and in the current landscape for research, demonstrable contribution outside the area of academia. So you need to stretch your comfort zone and generate knowledge or what we call now innovation that is now useful to society and also to industry. And whatever that you have generated in your thesis can be now adopted, adapted, or implemented, or used, or commercialized. So that means there's action oriented now to the work that you are doing. Example, if you have a new teaching and learning method, that if you are in education and you have now got a new teaching and learning method, or you now is in engineering and you have now created drones for agriculture, and this drone can now be able to carry a certain weight so that it now have a bigger field that the drones can now use, for example, to spread pesticide or whatever. So, and whether you know the use of artificial intelligence to enhance the halal supply chain. Have you created some apps or something that can now make a difference to the halal supply chain, for example? And the third one is policy impact. This is impact on policy and decision making for both public and private sectors. Like for higher education blueprint, or the national STI policy, or the national biotech policy, and the national 4IR policy. Trust me, being the president of Academy of Sciences is not easy to put a policy in place in this country, right? So bottom line, if you happen to be working on policy impact, it'll be a long day before you see any of this being done or being implemented in cabinet or in parliament. So I think it's the same thing if you were to go back to your own country as well. So basically, as a postgraduate, we probably will be doing two things, either the academic one or the socio-economic practical impact one, because the policy studies usually require a long time to actually study and show the kind of change that you want to do. So to create impact, ladies and gentlemen, you need to be relevant. That means you need to be now knowing what is the landscape of the country. And to be relevant, you need to understand what is the big picture. And this is the big picture that I would like to share with you, because this big picture is going to impact the kind of work that you should be doing today. What are the world challenges and the impact of COVID-19? Because that is how now there is going to be a reset of either higher education, or reset in terms of the way we do research in the country, the way we think, the way we lead the country. Everything is undergoing resetting with the new normal. So basically today, our world faces a confluence of very pressing challenges. We have got population growth that affect food security, that we destroy the environment so much that we are changing, creating effect on climate change. energy security is not there. And then, of course, with the encroachment of nature and the environment that we didn't take care of, we get a lot of this human disease coming in. And of course, now with COVID, there's of course economic uncertainty. And all of this is also now parceled together with the disruptive technologies that's now coming in, the accelerating pace of change due to the digital age, and of course, the global competition due to globalization. And now we see the COVID-19 unprecedented global crisis needing global solution. That means in your own state, your own country doesn't work. It has to be a global solution working together. It's going to be a whole world approach, right? So unprecedented means that there is no history of how to tackle COVID. That's why you cannot go back on experience. You cannot go back on some of the things you have studied before, because with COVID, everything is about trial and error. So COVID-19 pandemic has taught us basically many lessons and gaps that need to be addressed fast. Number one is that COVID, the pandemic, has taught us that in order to remain resilient, we need technology to actually power our economy post-COVID-19. And technology drives change. And any business or country that fail basically to embrace the disruptive technologies have been obliterated. In fact, you see a lot of business have closed down. And only those with technological change businesses actually survive. So while political leaders, we also see another thing, while the political leaders lock their borders, we see enhanced collaboration and the sharing of information among scientists and researchers in the global race, basically to develop this vaccine, diagnostic and therapeutic. And as a result, because of this global collaboration and the sharing of information, we managed to develop the COVID-19 vaccine within 1 year, which is record time among all the other vaccines developed previously. And we see scientists showing shared responsibility by repurposing their labs to better understand the virus, and engineers repurposing their design and production facility to basically produce the much needed personal protective equipment. And we now begin to see enhanced collaboration and sharing of information and knowledge. And during the crisis, you find that even if you have personal KPI as an academic to publish, all these things were set aside. And the findings were shared via online repositories even before being peer-reviewed for publication. So in times of crisis, what do we do as human beings? We create outcome or impact is now more important than just output, which is what KPI is all about. So what we want to share with you today is that you are the postgraduate, you are the future generation. So you have to have this change, mindset change that is now needed for future postgraduates, all right? Out with silo thinking and in with collaboration and sharing, right? Because this is responsibility and knowledge. And the scientist also is learning that science is not to serve scientists, but science is now for scientists to serve humanity. And what do we find regarding values? During the pandemic, we see civic heroism among our health frontliners and social care workers who make extraordinary sacrifices on behalf of all of us. They don't see their family, they are taking care of all the patients who got COVID. We also see civic heroism among the bus, the delivery drivers, the shop assistants, the garbage collectors, the Grab people who continue to sacrifice. They go out there and face COVID while we just call them up and say, oh, can you just deliver the food to us because we are in the dorm or we are in our house where we are safe, right? So this civic spiritedness or the values that is shown by whole societal approach, this spirit of shared responsibility, solidarity, democratic knowledge, all is must be a lasting legacy. It should not be something that is done only when we have COVID, and when we no longer have COVID, we get back to normal. That means it's just a short-term gain and not a long-lasting one. Because change, ladies and gentlemen, begins with self, and it takes ordinary people actually to do extraordinary things, right? So this is the spirit that we need to capture and teach the future generation, the concept of good citizenry, that inculcate education with soul, or what we call values-based education, with the need to nurture the future generation that is balanced between knowledge and character, and equipped with 21st century skills. So the outcome of research underpinned by these values would lead to hopefully social justice, inclusion, reduce inequalities, and restore the ecological balance, and probably make the world a better place for all. And this is important, that when you are doing your research design, did you think about the concept of inclusion? A lot of the time, most of the research don't give a hoot about inclusion, right? So you have to think about whatever you design, how would the people with disability, how would they cope with that kind of solution that you have provided, right? So you need to think about inclusion, because inclusion brings a sense of belonging. Yeah. So this is something you need to think about. Then the next one is the need for intellectual humility. This is another thing that COVID has taught, because despite all the advances in science and technology and economies, developed societal systems, infrastructure, we are still powerless against protecting people from this small little tiny virus called COVID-19. And then of course, now we have Omicron, and more variants is going to come. And this pandemic and other crises faced by humanity actually identify the need for intellectual humility, meaning to say we don't know everything. And COVID has taught us that science alone does not have the answers to solving the pandemic, because Quranic guidance also suggests how intellectual humility facilitate that we understand we don't know everything. There is human limitation in rising above personal and national interest. So humility actually opens the mind to be more receptive. So what are the alternative values that need to come in, and perspectives and solutions might not fall within the dominant problem solving frame. So you have to start thinking holistically as well. So the making of policies in the country actually must show a balance of not just scientific evidence, and values like scientific evidence is just that values like truth, trust, care about humanity and planetary health, which is the balance between humans, animal, and environment, need to come in. I show you what I mean. Like for example, because of the virus, the way the virus is being transmitted via aerosol, we all are asked to wear masks, right? So that is scientific evidence leading to policy. But you find that in a place or in a country where everybody is poor, you're living in the slum area, even and you wear masks, what kind of physical distancing can you afford? So obviously, even with the mask, and if you're living in the slum, you're living in a very close proximity, this is the way of life. So bottom line is that you still will get COVID. So you have scientific evidence, but it's not actually thought through by thinking about the human nature itself. So it's the science that is in the center, but and therefore with the science in the center, how to solve the problem of the virus, you wear masks, you have physical distancing, you wash your hand. But bottom line, you're living in a slum where water is not available, you can't have a physical distance because you're living in a close proximity. So what is this wearing of masks, all right? So these are the kind of things next time when you start thinking about inclusion, when you start thinking about diversity in providing solution, it makes you a more holistic one. So the question then is, what is the right balance between knowledge and values, and how do you now apply that to real life research, development, innovation, commercialization, or the economic landscape? So that is another question. The next thing that I need to emphasize to the graduate students today, usually this is not done, but I think, you can talk about humanizing education, but you also need to now talk about planetary health, because COVID-19 and zoonotic diseases are becoming riskier to humans based on our own action. And our effect on climate change, on how we encroach wildlife habitats because we want to open new areas for agriculture, we want to open new areas for the cows to graze, so that we can have meat and so on. And this borderless global travel that we now do actually helps circulate these animal-borne diseases. Zoonotic is diseases caused by animals. So Combined, therefore, with urbanization, there is also such thing called urban poor, overpopulation, food security, the global trade, wildlife, exotic animal eating, and we basically have set the scene for more pandemics to come. And we need to be concerned now about the interplay of the bigger ecosystem called One Health and planetary health, especially for countries in the tropics, because the tropics is where originally a lot of these new viruses will originate from, because the tropics have the biodiversity of the tropics is very, very high. And this is where now a lot of these viruses that has been with the animal host that usually do not see humans. And when we start to encroach, that's when we come closer and closer in contact with these animals that's not supposed to see us, with the virus that's not supposed to see us. And when we start to do that, that's how new pandemics will now happen. So research should not only be about people-centric, but also nature-centric. That means the solution that you offer, is it going to change the environment? Is it going to affect the environment? These are the things that you need to think about. So therefore, these complex global issues require an integrated ecosystem to connect the dots and actually provide solution that can create a sustainable change in society. So it's no longer linear. Yeah? When you do your PhD or your master and you ask this question, you have to start thinking now, whatever is your solution, this is the problem, this is the solution. Very linear, very superficial, very non-creative thinking. Bottom line, you have to understand that whatever solution that you offer now has got to be integrated in an ecosystem. As researchers also, we can no longer work alone. It's no longer about how each discipline or members from the same school or faculty can provide the solution. It's also no longer about how each university can provide the solution, but whether several universities working with the quadruple helix needs to be there. So basically, we need to collaborate with the quadruple helix. That means you have the government, the business, the public, and the academia. But better if the solution that you offer is also nature-centric. And that means now quintuple helix. So instead of just quadruple helix, you now start to think about quintuple helix, because if we don't teach the postgraduates today about the worry for nature-centric, then, you know, we are not going to solve the problem that we are facing today. So it's better that we insaf and we realize and be aware that the solutions that we offer must work in quintuple helix. That means nature-centric as well, and not just human-centric. And what happens if we don't care? Okay, I'm just here. That's why I ask you, what is the purpose? What is your why of doing research? If you now say, I'm just here to get a PhD, doesn't matter lah. Very easy one, easy to get. Let's pick which kuliah gives very easy PhD. We go for that, and then that's it. But if you are serious, then you continue to listen to what I have to say. But if you're not serious, then you might as well tune off. Bottom line, if you don't take care of nature in the solution that you are providing, you can now see the kind of economic shock zoonotic diseases has brought, right? For all the time, we have the SARS, we have the H1N1, flu, all these, we have Ebola. But now you look at what the impact of COVID has now, the kind of economic shock globally. You see that the circle is small before because the economic shock is not that much. But if you see now COVID, it has so far in 2019 up to today causing economic shock up to 15.8 trillion USD. So bottom line, and is still climbing because COVID is not yet over. So this is the kind of impact that you need to worry about. And therefore, key lessons from COVID-19 must be seen not only from the science, also must be seen from the social and spiritual angle as well, because the pandemic has had an enormous impact on people and sciences, materially, mentally, spiritually, right? So to combat the virus, a good health system alone is not enough. The health and social and environment care must be in an integrated ecosystem. So to combat the virus require, ladies and gentlemen, whole government approach and whole societal approach, because the government lays down the laws and policy, they say follow SOP, but we say we don't care. So therefore, at the end of the day, what do we get? We get more COVID every day the number of Omicron cases are rising because we are already forgetting the SOP. So we need to be concerned about planetary health, the balance between human, animal, environment, and the lack of care of the environment and awareness will therefore lead to more zoonotic diseases with origins from animals that is getting more and more exotic, that is now being transferred to humans. And as soon as one human does it, because of this global travel that we do, the whole world gets it, right? So lessons learned from COVID-19 boldly states that science and technology, as I said, cannot solve. Therefore, it is the era of convergence of knowledge, which means that we have to work in a multidisciplinary mode. So we need a strategic and systematic integration of knowledge. That means the science and the technology, the arts, humanities, along with innovation, entrepreneurial, and global mindset is now needed to actually provide the solution. So we need to work together and provide solutions for humanity. And it's no longer now about how, if you're in Quran and Sunnah, or if you're in education and you are in law, or you are in science, that is the only approach that you see. So this is also the era of collaboration, and the sharing of information and data obtained should therefore be available via open access. So let me explain a little bit what we mean by convergence of knowledge, because sometimes it's really confusing to people. When we talk about multidisciplinary, very simple, just think about a bowl of salad. A bowl of salad has got you can see the individual ingredients of the salad. You have the lettuce, the tomato, the chili, the bell pepper, all that. So basically you can stay in one plate, but basically you are still the individual discipline or the individual ingredients still remain intact, right? So basically, you're doing something. Everybody agree, but each discipline is still doing their own thing. So they are in the same plate, working on some purpose, but still in their own discipline. When we talk about this is multidisciplinary. When we talk about interdisciplinary, that means the discipline begins to dissolve the boundaries and looking for common themes across discipline that can serve a higher order learning objective. So this higher order learning objective include thinking skills, problem solving, and decision making. So interdisciplinary is like when you have the curries, the spices that make up the curry is no longer seen as individual, but still you can see the fish. So there is some melting. But when you talk about transdisciplinary, it's total melting of the discipline. That means they converge. All right. And this is the most difficult thing for now. But we already have transdisciplinary subjects like neuroscience or biochemistry or a lot of this bioengineering. All these are now transdisciplinary, where it's like a cake, where the individual ingredient, the flour, the eggs, the sugar is no longer seen. But in fact, at the end of the day, you have a new entity. So that is transdisciplinary. So when we perform research, therefore, to create impact, right? The research that we perform must have values. Because the right value will give you now what is the sense of purpose and provide meaning to the research that you perform. Remember, your journey for your master's or your PhD is between 2 years to 4 years, right? So if you're doing PhD, maybe 4 years. This is a journey that you need to get up every morning to go to the lab or to go to the office or the university to actually work on that topic. Or even if you're working from home, you still are reading and reading and reading about the topic. But bottom line is that what gives you the drive, the motivation to now every day to look at this subject matter? That's why I said, if there is a sense of purpose and this purpose has meaning, then the research that you do will inculcate the drive and passion in you to continue. And if you are doing that, it will guide us to ask the question, how can we make a difference today? So that's what I mean by ordinary people doing extraordinary things. It's just that the difference between ordinary and extraordinary is just the word extra. All right. So basically means a little bit extra effort, extra time. And then if you can't solve it, get extra help to now make things a little bit better for you. So impact is created when the solutions you provide are actually nature-centric as well as human-centric. Because if you can create an impact to society, that's when you have created an impact. Because if society don't care about the solution that you're offering, then you are not creating the impact. So you need to therefore design your research approach working from Z to A. I will teach you this, and you will have to ask, what will this solution mean to someone tomorrow? So it guides us to be future oriented and have tomorrow's mind today. So basically we need to move now, ladies and gentlemen, from simply output. That means no problem, I do my PhD, I get my thesis done, I satisfy whatever is needed, that's it. And after that, the thesis remains in the library, and after that, nobody reads it, nobody cites it, nobody cares about it. Right. So the question is that we need now not to just produce output, but to now produce impact. So the question then is that this is easier said than done. So why are we not there yet? We are not there yet because of the fact that if you look at all these countries that have innovation capability, that means they can do something to make knowledge that can now change society. You find that most of these countries, a lot of the researchers are actually in the blue. The blue is in the business sector, and the red is in the public sector in the universities, and the green is in the government sector. Every country that you see that is innovative, that can help people, that produce ideas that can turn around the society, you look at where the blue is. The blue is more than 50% or at minimum 50%. But you look at Malaysia, Malaysia has a whopping, everybody with PhD is in the red. Basically is in the public universities mainly, and also in the private universities, and not very many are in the private sector. That is why research, development, commercialization, all that has to be done by the public university. And we have a problem because Malaysia's R&D is neither industry nor impact driven, because most of the researchers or the supervisors of the research of the academia are actually in the public sector. And not only that, we are also do have an innovation chasm whereby we don't transfer the knowledge that we have to the industry so that they can now take it up and actually make something. And what I say, remember I asked the question, did the public benefit from the knowledge that you have generated? The answer is no. All right. So this is what is happening. So because most of the researchers are in the public universities. And of course, in the country, we also don't have enough money to actually, I mean, we have money, but we are not allocating the money correctly to drive innovation, so that now this is the economic turnaround that we need in order to get out from this economic crisis due to COVID. So a lot of the money is in fundamental research and in the applied research, but not in experimental development. So as you can see, a lot of innovative countries, including Thailand, the green is the most crucial, because you can do fundamental, you can do applied, but they're all pre-com, so pre-commercialization. So you need to move that to the industry, then only it can now be an innovation that eventually the rakyat or the society can now benefit from that knowledge that you have generated. So now that in RMK 12, the rolling plan 12, we now have reallocated this allocation to now 50%. So inshallah, the fundamental grants are still there, but the green will now increase. This is another problem why the research that we do did not turn into knowledge that can be benefiting the society. The biggest problem that we have in the country, not only in Malaysia, is everywhere, except for those advanced countries, but most of the OIC basically is seeing this kind of problem as well, the innovation chasm. Innovation chasm is a deep valley of death, between the knowledge generator, which is the academia, and the users of the knowledge that we have generated. Basically, the academia does not transfer the knowledge that they have generated to the industry. And this innovation chasm is the inability of academic research to reach the market as product or services. And several instruments we have technology commercialization office, we have innovation office, we have intellectual property management office in the university, but this is not only for Malaysia, most universities have them, but like Harvard or MIT, this office works very well. But most of the OIC countries, including Malaysia, this office does not work very well at all. So most of the universities have the above, but we still, and the office also cannot do anything very much if the researchers in the university also stop at publication and did not move further to create products or projects that are in the pipeline of actually going for innovation. And why do we have this? Because of the lack of trust between academia and industry, and therefore we need more engagement between academia and industry in a collaborative manner. And there is a need also the policy from higher education, as stated by World Bank. Higher education gives the KPI to the vice chancellors in terms of moving us up in the ranking, and that in itself has problem because ranking asks only for output. It doesn't ask very much for impact because they are not thinking about the country. We in the OIC countries need to show impact because our people need to benefit from the millions of dollars that we pour down for doing R&D. So there is therefore a need to create an ecosystem to actually narrow the translation gap from the research to economic development. So we need that policy to link us there. And as a result, because of all these things that you see, Malaysian industries, and compare that to China, Philippines, Cambodia, Mongolia, Vietnam, and all this in the East ASEAN countries, you see the industry are very high in process innovation, meaning to say some part of their production is innovative, but the final product is nothing new. So we are very high with this innovation process, but if you look at the amount of R&D money that the company spend, very little. But if you now look at the amount of innovation using indigenous technology, that means something that our Malaysian scientists are actually now delivering. Can the industry take it up and actually move it? Is the lowest, which is in blue. I mean, compared to all the other countries, even Myanmar does better than Malaysia, right? And in terms, of course, the money, the yellow is amount money that the companies spend on R&D is also not there. And as a result, what is happening in the Malaysian industry is that they would rather use foreign technology and adopt and adapt foreign technology rather than use Malaysian technology produced by Malaysian researchers. So this is the kind of problem that we are now seeing because we have this innovation chasm of not wanting to now touch base with the industry. So we cannot afford to continue with this weak academia industry linkage. So there is a need for us to now not do the same thing over and over again and waiting and expecting different results. Einstein said this is a foolish thing to do. So we need to therefore rise to the challenge of creating a fast economic recovery plan. I don't care whether you come from Malaysia, you come from the OIC country, this is something that you need to do anyway and create impact to the nation. And this is the time for us to undergo a resetting or what we call a systemic change, not systematic, systemic. That means within whatever we have that affects the whole ecosystem and not done just piecemeal. So it's also time for universities and academia to actually rise to the challenge and create impact rather than just output. So if you now see some logic to what I'm trying to say now, because this is reality, the future require that we have the workforce that can now innovate, not the workforce that can just generate knowledge, but a workforce that can generate knowledge that can now create change. That's why you have knowledge for change, right? So this means impact, right? So if you now see the relevancy and need for us now as a nation to now perform research with impact, you'll find that this is something that we need to now understand, that research with impact must go beyond academia realms. So, and it must be demonstrable. That means it must show evidence that it has created an impact to the kampong or to the village or to the people in the society or to the urban poor or whatever target client that you are working with. So impact is not about how, okay, remember this, impact is not about how to develop the vaccine. That means about finding the discovery or the biomarkers that make the vaccine, but it's about whether it's also not about what kind of vaccine. Is it mRNA? Is it attenuated? But it's whether that vaccine that you have now created, is it effective in bringing down, for example, COVID? So that is the kind that we're looking for. Impact is not about the process, but impact is about the result. So therefore, it will shift now from pure research excellence towards now focus on research dissemination and awareness and how it can now impact a wider society. So it has to go beyond academia. So we need, therefore, to create an ecosystem that is conducive to realize impactful research. And this is what IIUM wants to now have, which is responsible research and innovation. So what do you mean by responsible research and innovation? Why can't you just stop at saying research and innovation? So for the ecosystem to be successful in creating impact and create a sustainable change, the solution, when we say responsible, the solution provided by the research and innovation must align the scientific and technological progress with socially desirable and acceptable. In fact, in short, if the solution that you offer in your thesis is not acceptable to society, then this is not doing responsible research and innovation as yet. So to ensure the solution provided is socially desirable and acceptable, you need to perform responsible research and innovation, which is a concept that I had wished a Muslim country had done this. But sometimes it takes the European Commission to actually think about coming up with the concept of responsible research and innovation. So now European Commission, that means EU grants, as well as NSF, National Science Fellowship grants from the United States. If you're asking for any of these grants, if you don't show RRI or responsible research innovation, you can no longer apply for the grants. But in Malaysia, we still do not come to that level yet. So RRI actually align any scientific or technological progress with socially desirable and acceptable ends. So in performing RRI, we need to ensure that the research solution is human and nature-centric. So what are the elements of RRI? When you perform RRI, it has to have high ethical standards and ensure inclusion, gender equality in the scientific community, or investing policymakers with the responsibility to avoid harmful effect of the innovation. That means if you create something, then make sure that it's safe for the society, etc. And therefore, this is the more difficult part, to engage the communities, right? And ask the question before you come up with the experimental design. And while you are engaging, you also educate the society, make them aware, and if possible, share all information via open access. So elements of RRI include public engagement. That means you need to engage with your target client. That means you have to ask the question, at the end of the day, who will benefit from what that I'm doing, right? Is it the single mothers? Then you have to interview single mothers. Is it going to be the village people? Then you have to interview the village people. So, and when you are providing the solution, you need to have creative and critical thinking. But whatever solution that you offer, make sure that it is inclusive. That means you think about people with disability, you think about women, you think about all these other things that is not inclusive, you need to bring them in. And of course, open access. Basically, you must share the information that you receive with others. And we already created the MOSP, Malaysian Open Science Platform, for all research, especially from the 5 research universities are already available in the open access. And whatever you do in terms of the research that is done, it has to integrate to ethics. gender equality, science education, governance and policy, and of course being nature-centric. When we talk about responsible research and innovation, it's no longer just about creating frontier, cutting-edge knowledge or high-tech, but we have to ask, when we place human in the center, we have to ask that, is technology providing the solution or creating more problems in society? Because you can see here in Time magazine cover has also shown in 2045, the year men can become immortal, all right? Because this is the possibility of what technology advances today can now be able to do, right? But at the end of the day, if it is human, this is about technology and it's showing what technology can do. But at the end of the day, we have to ask this question when we are human-centric: is the technology providing the solution or creating more problems? So when we perform responsible research in order to provide responsible and acceptable solution to humanity, only then can high-tech result in high-touch with demonstrable impact. So to do that, we have to engage, and that is why I'm trying to implore to the future graduate students or the graduate students today, please stop being just a desk researcher, which is what you will be about to do. To become just a desk researcher, you need to go and move beyond academia if you want to create impact to society. Because by doing RRI, it actually show you that issues, complex global issues require an integrated ecosystem to connect the dots and provide the solution. So it's not just a linear one, right? So, and before you can connect the dots, if you are listening to the village people, let's say you engage the people and they tell you your problem, it's not about you listening to just your problem. You yourself has to have total knowledge about the subject. Therefore, literature review is imperative. And the problem with graduate students, sometimes they don't read enough. And not only reading, you also need further information from the quadruple helix. I mean, what do the industry think about this topic? What does the government think about this topic? What are the agencies like NGO? What do they think about this topic? So it requires you to do a little bit more to stretch the comfort zone a little bit, but inshallah, it will be quite contented with the kind of results that you get. So we need to undergo convergence of knowledge. How do from the Islamic point of view, how would this solution impact people? From another religion point of view, how would this impact? So when we start to think about the convergence of knowledge, the solution we offer is more holistic. So therefore, if in IIUM we have all the kuliahs there with the various disciplines of knowledge, this is high time that you now get to know a little bit about everything while you have the opportunity in order to be able to connect the dots. And how now do you create impact beyond academia? What did I say about IIUM learning goal? Is shared experience between academic and experiential learning, meaning to say you got to do both. So you have to go beyond academia and create knowledge for change via community engagement. And this becomes very important in the journey to create impact. And to me, this should be part of the academic curriculum. I leave it to Professor Ida, because in a university that emphasizes on Insan Sejahtera and the Sejahtera academic framework, then where is in the curriculum that they have to now learn about community and engagement and put this as part and parcel of experiential learning. Of course, this is going to be innovative and creative in the way postgraduate is designed in IIUM, but that is another subject for discussion. So if you now go to the community, what are the indicators of change? So have you created impact? Because this is a question you want to ask. And what are the indicators of change? How do you measure the impact that is seen, right? So some of the indicators that one can use is that, first of all, when you come in, what is their understanding? Did they increase their understanding on the subject? That is also an impact. Did they change attitude towards the subject matter? And of course, this is easily measured. Is there an economic benefit? That means from if you before your intervention, the people were making only 15 ringgit a day, but with your intervention, they are making now 100 ringgit a day. So you can see this economic impact, social impact, cultural impact, policy change. The other one is to can even measure their health and well-being. Are you seeing now an improvement in health and well-being? And how do they make decisions, capacity for preparedness, and whether there's environmental change in what you do? Because when you indicators of change, it's not just about something tangible. It's also about intangible things like cultural change, attitudinal change. All these are intangible, because I'm reminded by what Einstein has to say, not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. So this is something that we can look into. Okay, how do now at the end of the day, how do I now put this into the kind of experimental design that I want to now have for postgraduate? This is of course not in any of the books, and I'm supposed to give a keynote on this, but bottom line, you have other research lecturers that Prof. Ida has designed that will teach you about how to do the research. But at the end of the day, I think you need to listen to what I have to say, because most of the research that is going to be taught to you in how to do the design is everything on the left. Because academic research design, working from A to Z, is the normal way of how postgraduate students do their research. And basically you perform your literature review, and then you ask what is the problem statement. Okay, meaning when you read the literature, you say what is the current scenario, and then you say what is the problem with that current scenario. So everything is based on literature review. Then what is your solution? Your solution is based on the literature review, therefore you come up with a solution. And what that solution, you explain that solution, what are the principles, the function of that solution, and then you ask the question, why is your solution better than the existing solution? And then you ask, what is the impact of the solution? Is there potential for commercialization, the creation of policy? Can you sell this or something like that? And you end up with a thesis or publication, and that's it. And that's your master's and PhD, So you have a problem, and I put a dotted line to the client, because at the end of the day, nobody benefit from this work. It is just simply knowledge generation to be kept in the library. This is an example of academic impact. The concentration on the solution, concentration is on the solution, which can be novel, but which was never tested. To see if it's acceptable and desirable by society or by industry. So at the end of the day, this research has potential to be used by industry in communication, has potential. That's all you can say at the end of the conclusion of your thesis, because you see this dotted line, you have never tested that whether it is societally desirable or acceptable, the solution that you offer. On the right is my way of doing things when I teach my postgraduate at University Science. When I was there, basically is to go from Z to A. When you want to create impact, it's not about going from A to Z. A to Z means introduction, material method, results, and then conclusion. So that is the normal way. And of course, if you now want to go and create impact, you have to do it Z to A, not A to Z. Z to A means who is your target client? And you got to discuss with that target client first. So you have to engage the target client. What do they want to be solved? And then only now formulate the problem statement. But before you can formulate the problem statement, you have to see also what does the industry say about what the possible problem that they're raising. Maybe the industry already have solution. It's just that the people you engage have no idea about this solution. Then you begin to see why the solution never reached the people. So that's another possible thing that you need to think about. So at the end of the day, then only after you discuss with the NGO and whatnot, then only you'd say, what is the problem statement? And what then is your solution? So when you come up with the solution, you discuss again. So what do you think about this solution, right? Is it okay with you? Do you care about this? Or what would you want as the criteria for this solution? So all these things need to be there. And when the solution that you have come up with is acceptable, then only you work on the solution. And you explain the solution, the principles and the function, and then why the solution is better than existing, and then what is the impact of the solution. To do the impact of the solution, you still have to go back to the community and test whether the solution that you have now generated is working or not. And you have to create the indicators of change. Do you see the change happening or not? So this to me is, so you measure the indicator of change within the target client via community engagement or via clinical trials, as you call it in medicine. We do it clinical trial or we do field trials. So this is an example of societal or industrial impact. The concentration is on the required acceptable solution that has been tested to work in reality, and that solution can now be a novel solution. So that then goes with the thesis or publication. And because it is already discussed with the industry, it is quite easy for the industry now to take it up. And usually now this kind of solution gets taken up and be commercialized. So this is what, in order to do this kind of thinking, this is the one on the right, require a mindset change, because most of the time you will be doing this. And if we continue to do this, we will continue to generate knowledge. But as we say, 368,000 publication, but only 10% is worth reading. And most of the time it's just there. And it's just there to give output. And we spend money. So is that responsible research? We take up grant money, we spend the money, and at the end of the day, we do something that the society does not benefit. Is that responsible research and innovation? This is the question that I want to ask. So that is the question that only you, mirror on the wall, can answer for yourself. Because I ask you first, what is your why? Why do you want to do this research? If your research is just to get a PhD degree, then you do things on the left and finish about it. If you now want to create an impact, you want to be a change maker for God's sake, and you come to this place to learn something so that when you go back, you can make a change to the Ummah, then if you do that, then you have to do from Z to A. Because you know, at the end of the day, we need to have this kind of innovative thinking among our future generation. And sometimes we need to stop by asking our children, what do you want to be when you grow up? Maybe we should ask the question to our children, what do you want to solve when you grow up? So this is the innovative thinking for impactful research that should start from young, because the future is the era of predictable unpredictability. There's going to be so many unknowns, and we need to prepare. If you have children, you need to prepare your children also for how do they now meet up with predictable unpredictability, meeting and the challenges of the unknown. So the human and nature-centric education therefore becomes very important when faced with many unknowns. And this concept of humanizing education should start from the schools. And if when young, they are challenged with the problems solving that is human and nature-centric, they probably will have solved some of the major world challenges or SDG challenges by the time that they are adults. And when we talk about humanizing education, we have to ask now, with the advent of disruptive technology, I mean, we are facing disruptive technologies every day. I mean, right now, look at you. You are now ordering food using Grab. That is artificial intelligence right there. So with the advent of artificial intelligence and robotics, we need to ask if smart machines can outthink us, or are certain elements of human judgment indispensable in deciding some of the most important things in life. Like I said, we we can become immortal by 2045 if we allow, and we can even edit humanity now with CRISPR. We have now this ability to do that with the biotech. With the CRISPR method, we can edit any gene we want. So at the end of the day, look at the front page of the Economist. We can decide the future generation, whether we wanted them with high IQ or no baldness or perfect pitch or whatever. We can decide by editing the gene. We can play God. But at the end of the day, we need to now be able to say, hello, where is the ethics? Where is the human-centric thinking that we can do? Because technology can go so far. So if you now have the explosive combination of artificial intelligence with IoT, with blockchain and biotech and bioscience, there's a lot that we can do to change humanity. But if we don't stop it, we will allow humanity to play God. So it's therefore responsible research is about strengthening and supporting humanizing education and the learning experience. So when you do humanizing education is to get engaged. Learning experience is the experiential learning that you get when you start to engage with the target clients. So since regulation, as you know, cannot catch up with the innovations using disruptive technology, we all need to be trained to do responsible research and innovation, because technology can drive us to the hilt and make us even better and better. But at the end of the day, you need now to do responsible research. So that is what curbs you, ethics, integrity, that stop you from playing God. So therefore we need to bring back philosophy to induce critical thinking, and we also need to think about one's own thinking and undergo self-reflection so that we can expand our learning experience. So humanizing education is not just for research and innovation, it's meant for everything that we do. So the human and nature-centric education, to me, needs to be the DNA of our higher education. So we can talk a lot, we can say a lot of things, but at the end of the day, what you do has greater impact than what you say. So with that, I thank you very much for your time. Please, whatever you do now, make a difference. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Professor Emeritus Dr. Asma Ismail. Madam, every word of which I heard from your end, being a researcher myself, it was so stimulating. And my friends did also acknowledge that the first lecture was Islamic oriented thought process. And this, as a researcher, that we need to rethink and redesign our approach so we can make difference on the community level. It's not that the linear level anymore. And many of the things which you started off, I was keeping a checkbox for my own research project. But midway through the discussion, I thought like, I'm nowhere near to close to perfection, what you're talking about.
You can try, it begins with the first step,
And that's what I'm saying. Like my research is also like, I'm talking about the educational blueprint and the SDG goal 4, the education for all, leaving no one behind, inclusive education. And I'm trying to study the children with special needs, serving the community in Malaysian context itself. So all those check boxes were going fine unless the holistic approach and the quadruple concept came in. And I was like, all right, I need to work on my thesis again.
But you're already there. You're starting to think, and what my lecture is to tell you, you're on the right path. If you start to now change and do this kind of impact, you are in the right path, because the future of research is now asking for impact.
Alhamdulillah, madam. That's why it was very hard for me initially to convince my supervisory committee that I need to do something like this. And they were like, you are from ICT, why you want to go to something which is behavioral science and then study about autism, like how it all affects you? I said, it's me, it's part of my family, and I want to cater and I want to solve the needs of all those parents. So as a parent, I was thinking, and then I was thinking of a solution. Likewise, you said that you need to reverse the thought process.
Yes. Yeah, because with a desk researcher, that you offer the solution without having to discuss. Yeah, so that's why now engagement is very important with the target client. So if the target client are autistic children, and you basically need to talk to the people who take care of them to actually study their behavior pattern, then you begin to see what exactly do they need. I mean, very simple example, you know, I have, when I start to give this talk at USM, and I gave this talk to people with from the fine arts. You know, they were doing drawing, they were doing virtual videos and whatnot, and they're listening to me, and they say, hey, you are a scientist, you know, how do I in the fine arts, please, you know, how do I relate? So I say, okay, if you're going to do something like this, why don't you go to see about the people with disability, and they work with the handicap. Well, in USM we created the what we call the handicap community, where our children from our staff, you know, we have that, and they go in there and they study, and they realize that this handicap, those without hands, something, they cannot cut because there's only one hand. So they have designed, I mean, fantastic. They sit there and they actually now redesign on the plate, so that now, you know, the plate becomes, I don't know how to explain to you, but when you are seeing it, the disabled person can now cut because they don't have the left hand, so they can now cut. And this came from the arts and design person, you know, so meaning to say, it's not just about drawing. If you now apply the thinking and actually study what exactly does the client want, you will be able to create impact. And in fact, many people, what do you call, the disability centers actually bought that design. And he had several people manufacture that. So that to me, even in fine arts, they are delivering impact to society.
No wonder, no wonder, no wonder, because it's a community-based development. None of the researchers are just aiming in in darkness. They are contributing in a way. We just need to bring them to a point. That was the discussion of the postgraduate students society, to bring all those researchers on a common platform. Correct. Let them talk their research and let others get on board with their ideas. For me, it's super exciting. So I can never stop talking. Let me take some questions from the chat boxes. One of the brothers, Noor Muhammad Khalid, he says that I have a question with regard to the form of the thesis.
Format of the thesis,
why only insist on a specific format in which a thesis should be submitted? Can I ask the question, since articulating it in words is difficulty? Sure, Brother Muhammad Khalid, if you can open your mic, you can ask your question, please.
No, it's okay. I understand. This, and I hope Professor Ida is on board. Because when I was talking to you about multidisciplinary, about transdisciplinary, and at the end of the day, you will be doing things A to Z. You understand? Because that is usually the format. So this is where now in USM we realize that, and we do this what we call transdisciplinary area. So that now it's not about you in education, or you in ICT, or you in medicine, or you in, it is now you on board on a transdisciplinary mode. And we don't, now we allow thesis in the transdisciplinary mode. And thesis writing is now in different formats. In different formats now. So these are the kind of changes that we now begin to see. And I haven't even discussed with you about APEL, accredited prior learning experience. That means you can do now your PhD based on the experience before. If you are a business person, or you are a lawyer, or in whatever experience that you have before, can you now put it into a thesis format that allows you now to get a PhD? All right, without having to go through these 4 years of labs and this and that. So there are many ways now of providing credential to the master's or PhD. But all this is already approved by MQA. So basically, if students can no longer come to Malaysia because of COVID, we can open it up to appel, and they don't ever have to come, but they're just telling us about the experience, and we now evaluate that experience and whether the experience is now worthy of getting a PhD. And there is already a set criteria of how evaluation should be done. So you're right. If we now want to start thinking about working together, collaborative effort, and at the end of the day, the thesis is by one, you know, and he's the only one. So we're back to square one. So actually now, this will be the new challenge. if the future is about collaboration, then this will be a new challenge. You have two challenges that need to be there. The supervisor's mindset also have to change. And if you don't get that supervisor mindset change, then that's what I'm doing. I'm also trying to convince the academia to now go on this mode, because this is the collaboration is the way forward. Nobody has enough knowledge to do everything themselves. You know, so this and even social science, where one book can only be done by one person, right? And in science, the book can be written by 3 or 4 or 5, but in social in humanities, this is not on, right? The book must be written by that one person. Oh my God, this is a mindset change that need to happen, even among the supervisors, among the academia, because the landscape has changed. So when the landscape change, the mindset also has to change. We cannot have the landscape change with old mindset. It will not work.
It's more about the road not taken, the fear. We have never walked that line.
Shadab bhai, can I ask my question, if you don't mind? Okay, actually, I just completed I'm in humanities. I completed my master's in history at the age of 66, alhamdulillah, at the UIA. The interesting thing was, as part of my research, I went around pre-COVID and interviewed a large number of historians in my field. I'm not going to go into details. And then one of the first things that struck me was not to confine my thesis to the library or to dust, as we would call it. So I started from the day one of my research, a blog where I used to document all my findings. And I credit this to Professor Marikar at ISTAC, who said, you must make notes. But like technology demands that these notes must now be made available to everybody. So I have hundreds of people who've been benefiting from my blog. Thereafter, I converted these findings into video clips. So I produced 27 video clips as part of my thesis and added the URLs of the YouTube channel to the thesis. But like you rightly said, the landscape is changing, but the mindscape is not. So that effort in having put together all these findings and making it publicly available came in for no extra marks, as you would call it. But I would also recommend this. I find this to be an extremely stimulating, rewarding effort. And I did it perhaps among the very few students who have done such thing. And even today, as I speak, a lot of my videos are being circulated amongst different people, and it only went to prove the hypotheses which I started with. Interestingly, the research that I started, I first started with an online survey, and that evoked 270 responses out of far beyond my imagination. But then when I later mentioned in my research methodology that I'm using the qualitative method, one of the examiners said, you conducted a survey and that is not part of qualitative research, it is part of quantitative research. So you please remove the findings which I had added. I mean, I took the entire findings and all the graphs and put it there. It took me a lot of convincing that such surveys which are conducted to prove an hypothesis are also part of qualitative research. So it struck me that So many of us are stuck in the mud. We haven't even found out. We just got to know that any research is quantitative. Hence, anybody claiming to do a research and calls it qualitative is wrong.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, I just wanted to share my anguish. I don't
I
know.
think,
Thank you
that
very much.
Postgraduate Society probably should bring it up on board with Professor Ida and the Postgraduate Office regarding what is the change of mindset that is now needed in moving thesis for today. The kind of new, this is the new landscape for research, and if we are now training the postgraduates of the future, even IIUM's goals is to share experiential learning together with academic learning. So as part of the IIUM academic goals. So this now need to be put into action.
I hope they won't
Exactly.
cancel my PhD application. I've joined in for Islamic thought, and my justification for Islamic thought, keeping in mind what you have spelled out as socially responsible, I believe that Islamic thought has influenced a large number of fields, including science, technology, medicine, and etc. So
values is about Islamic thoughts, the values that we now say, oh, is this? No, the values actually came from Islamic philosophy. Right. So when we're studying, what changes a university's soul, the university can be just for output. When Islamic values come into the universities in Malaysia, that is putting values. And that's why at the end of the day, we are now getting Sejahtera, Insan Sejahtera, we're getting humanizing education. All that is based on Islamic values that is coming. To turn around. The question then is to translate that into action so that now the policy can now cater for what is being said.
It's about the ordinary people bring the extraordinary to life.
The ordinary people bringing extraordinary things. That's right.
So that's the way we are walking. That's the
I mean, it's just the difference between is the word extra. So you now say this is extra thinking, this is extra effort, this is extra work, extra time that need to be put in. Even though your thesis is like this, but you're doing this extra to now make a difference. So that is more holistic. So a lot needs to change regarding how we approach the thesis as well.
Yes, Prof. Thank you. One of the sisters, Shaila Sharmeen, she's asking a question in the chat. She says, thank you very much for your enlightening talk, which is making me think about my work in a new light. My question for you is, do you think the pressure to publish regularly hinders academics for conducting impactful research?
I don't think so, because as long as you are in academia, you have to publish in order to create awareness, all right, and also to be a domain expert. But like I said, it depends on where you are in academia. If you are now a early career academic, you should prove yourself to be a domain expert first. So to the graduate students today, if you plan to be a lecturer somewhere in a university later when you got your PhD, it's important how many papers you produce today, because that paper is teaching you the acculturation you to now be able to produce papers as you now enter early career academic. So in early career academic, my advice is you must try to be a domain expert first. And then move now, if you can, to now creating that impact, because sometimes impact is not possible to be done. Impact sometimes take a few years, 3, 4, 5 years to see the impact in the community. You don't say, I come in 2 years, I do my formulation, I do my master, I go do community engagement, I come back, and you see impact in 2 years. You may not see the impact in 2 years, but at least you discuss, you engage with the people, like what our friend had said just now, even by surveys that is done online, to get kind of engagement that, and even if you have a solution, Mr. Noor Muhammad, you can also put that solution back onto the internet and just see what people's response to that solution is all about. And if the netizens like what they see, then that is a possible potential, because that's what it takes anyway. When we do due diligence to get the product of something to market, we will be asking a lot of people, what do they think about this solution? So there are many ways to skin a cat. We now have social media. Surveys now, you don't have to go out one by one, but unless you want to do this one by one, it can be done. But there's a lot of surveys. Surveys have many steps, right? The one that is very crucial, you have to ask the question, you have to look at the body language when they're answering, okay, that kind of survey. Then there's the general survey, which can also be done on the internet. So I find that there's a lot of young academics now also doing that kind in order to engage. But sometimes with the senior academics, a little bit difficult lah. You have to do some convincing. But early career, you need to be publishing. The hungry should be there to publish. So that, and you have to create the network, because you have to build your reputation. And when you start to become associate professor, to become professor, you start to do the impact. And when you're already a professor, even better, you should be doing more impact. You should be doing more quality rather than quantity. So as a young early career, quantity first, moving down to quality. And when you become professor, you have to be now quality, because the ability to profess, what is your thinking? What are the things, new things you want to bring to the landscape? All these need to be there. Right, so there are stages. In your academic career.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much for your wonderful answer. I would love to see a transdisciplinary community here at IIUM, which learns from the resource persons like you. And I was just saying that we should go for a training for 3 days to Kuantan to listen to her on a larger note of time rather than having confined to 1 hour discussion. So hopefully COVID will permit us and we can visit you and we can listen to you and learn from you more.
Okay.
If there are no more, if there is any more question, can you please post in the chat? Sister Shaila says, thank you very much for your answer. It's a note for all the participants that we will have a joint photography session. So in the meantime, while we are waiting for questions, you can prepare for your cameras or your surroundings that you can join in for the photography session, because normally we are unaware of these situations while we are having a digital presentation or something like that. Any other questions, anyone, or we will straight away hit for the photography session, inshallah. Prof, you have any parting words for the new researchers like me before?
What I'm trying to say is that I believe in the word I say. No matter what you say, what you do is better than what you say, because even as leaders of tomorrow, if you're a leader of tomorrow, it's not about what you say. People always study what you do. All right, so that to me is a very important thing, because I wish to everyone, my dua is that all of us can become change makers, right? When given some problem, you don't say denial, but rather you say, okay, I'm looking at the problem, let me make some change. Let me now do some action to make the change. So if you see that the new landscape is changing, then bring it up for change. And we can actually discuss and see how change can be done now. It can be a very overnight change, but it can also be an incremental change, but change is still happening. So that is, I think, what we want to have in the future. And for me, my dua is for all of you to be able to make a difference, because that is what it takes. And don't ever say, sell yourself short to say, you know, I'm just an honorary graduate student, what can I do? So, you know, it takes ordinary people to become extraordinary. So it's just like the
definitely I'm picking up many pointers from today's discussion. It makes me more happy that I am the MC of this part and I will be having it still my life on the YouTube that I can replay back and listen to it ever I wanted to listen to it.
Okay. All right.
There are many people who are in the chat box thanking. There is a message from Viswalingam. It says, thank you so much for the information regarding research. It is so informative. Sidratul Muntaha says, so many gems, mashallah. And the words of praise are never short. So mashallah, as I said that definitely I'll bring my team of PGSs to your Kontan campus and we'll sit back and learn as a like a seed of
Don't worry.
impact.
I'm in KL more often, so I can go. My office in KL is only 15 minutes from Gombak. So
Oh,
if
mashallah.
you have the interaction with the postgraduate, you can arrange the time with me. I will be in KL.
Definitely. I'll look forward for that. And I request the technical team, if things are in place, we can go for the picture session.
Yeah, please.
And do we need to alter for what do you say? Spotlight. Technical team, can you alter the spotlight so you can find everybody in frame?
Okay, Assalamualaikum everybody. Please look at your camera and smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much, sister. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Professor Emeritus Dr. Asma Ismail. I'm glad that I was part of this session and I took up the challenge of being the member on board today. And I'll look forward for the discussion over the period of time. Thank you for all the participants for your valuable input and your words of appreciation. We are bearing in mind that you were there with us since morning. We'll have a longer break for lunch. And inshallah, we'll join at 3 for our next session.
All right.
With the next speakers. So with this parting words, thank you, Professor, for blessing us with the opportunity to listen to you. And we'll look forward for a new meeting in a due course of time, inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay. Assalamualaikum, everyone.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, everyone. Inshallah, we'll meet back after the lunch session, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please send us your feedback through the forms which have been shared in the chat. Yes, inshallah, we'll be meeting at 3 if I am not wrong. Yes. We'll start at 3. Assembly is at 2:45. So the next session starts at 3.
¿A dónde vas? ¿Dónde vas? Nube de mi soledad.
We are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers in records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We we strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Ikra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for mankind.
There are some corrections, but I think you can proceed.
master's degree. Now, for my PhD.
Sorry, Abdullah. I think now we are ready for your PhD Viva.
Okay, doctor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. My name is Abdullah. And today I'll be presenting my Viva. It is basically about rethinking human security in the midst of chaos and crisis in West Africa.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ladies and gentlemen. As we are about to begin, we have a few housekeeping notes to make before we begin today's evening Taaruf session. Firstly, we would like to seek your cooperation in completing this session. You are invited to open your webcams to make your session more interactive for the speakers, and kindly mute your microphones to avoid any interruption. Use your Zoom chat window to share your views. You can ask your questions to our respected speakers using the chat or via the video stream by raising your hand in the icons of Zoom profile. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. We'll begin the session in a short while.
Start ആയില്ലേ
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I welcome you all for the evening session of the first day of Taaruf week. We are going to have a welcome remark by our own Dean of CPS. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to a session with the Postgraduate Studies Department. For the purpose, I would like to first introduce our Dean of CPS, Professor Dr. Ida Madiha binti Abdul Ghani Azmi. Prof. Ida is an IIUM alumni, obtaining her LLB from then Kulliya of Law. Then she continued her studies, obtaining an LLM from the University of Cambridge and a PhD from University of London. She is an expert in intellectual property and cyber law and has written and presented several research articles on the above issue. She is currently serving as a professor at ICOL. I will pass this digital flow to Madam for her welcoming remarks. Thank you, Prof. Ida. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Brother Muhammad Shadab. Using the word madam here is very much UIA centric, because I remember my colleagues from other universities would be wondering why our students calling them madam. And the thing that came out to their mind is this madam butterfly thingy. Well, you ask your friends what madam butterfly means. But let me start by welcoming all of you to IIUM and congratulating you for getting admission into IIUM. If you remember what was said by Prof. Asma, particularly this morning, she mentioned there were two wows in IIUM. One of the wow is the fact that we are an Islamic university and we are here to nurture you to have the correct values so that you be able to face the future society, community, and country or whatever it is with a mission and vision. And the second thing is the Sustainable Development Goal, which means that we are basically preparing you not only for your role in the Muslim community, but also your role in this society or humanity as a whole. But some of you will be wondering, why is there a need to have this ta'aruf? Right? We use the word ta'aruf when actually it's orientation. If you go to other universities, they use the word orientation. And typically people use ta'aruf perhaps in the context of getting to know one another for the purpose of getting into a relationship, right? So that you ta'aruf first and then you get into marriage. But of course, that's also one aspect of ta'aruf. And I hope that, you being here in UIA, for those who are still single, you'll be able to find your life partner. And your journey in UIA will escalate to many other ta'arufs. But we use the word ta'aruf for many, many purposes. Now I'm reminded of the Quranic ayah. Ya ayuhan nas inna ja'alnakum min dhakarin wa untha wa ja'alnakum syu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu. Right? Lita'arafu. So it is used in that context for you to get to know each other, right? So that you'll be able to know each other. But the way we frame this ta'aruf program is not only for you to know the institution. So you see that we started with our vision and mission. And you know that UIA aims to be different than other universities because we want to produce individuals, right? Individuals who are able to lead the society. Like Prof. Asmat mentioned, able to produce research that will garner benefits to humanity. So we want to mold individuals. And because of that, we started with vision and mission so that you'll be able to understand or ta'aruf the institutional values. And the second part of the ta'aruf program is for you to get to know the office and the processes involved in your PG journey. So tomorrow you will have a session with the library, with the finance office, with the mahalla, with the counseling unit, all those that will be useful for your journey here in IIUM. Of course, the third part of ta'aruf is actually getting to know your research journey. Now, I know this Taaruf is very much research-centric, although not all of you are doing research. And this is the reason being is that we want to orientate you to the actual way of doing research. And again, to recall what Prof. Asma said, it goes back to the why. Why are you doing your research, right? It's not only to gain your PhD or your master's, but also to come back with a product which is useful to your society and of course to humanity as a whole. So of course, with all those wows, I really had to congratulate all of you for being chosen to become our student, because it's not only your academic credentials that we look at when we assess your admission, but some kuliahs took the trouble of even interviewing the candidates. So you went through all those processes and you were among the winners. So by entering into UIA, you're already a winner. More so once you embark into your research. All right. And I'm reminded of many, many sayings of Ta'aruf, like things like tak kenal maka tak cinta, right? And that's the reason why we start with Maqasid, we start with SDG, we start with the right track. So if you don't know this Maqasid and you don't know the SDG, you would have thought that these are additional obstacles to you getting your PhD and master program, and actually it's not. It's actually putting you on the right track. And I'm also reminded of what P. Ramlee said in his songs, right? Once you know, you will put all your effort into it. You will sacrifice in terms of time, labor and thinking to excel and do the best in your studies. And so he said, berkorban apa saja, harta atau nyawa, itulah kasih mesra sejati dan mulia. All right, and that's why we start this Ta'aruf with all our vision and mission, so that you will fall in love with the mission and vision, and you'll be able to orientate and align your research process in line with our vision and mission. Now, the most important mission is humanizing education, right? The last weekend, I spent reading quite a lot on scholarly articles on artificial intelligence, right? The way, European and humans, humanity is now trying to figure out how to regulate artificial intelligence. And of course, they have this tagline and they say, humanizing technology. Again, they use the word humanizing, right? So the word humanizing is not a new terminology. You can find it being used in many, many contexts. And if you look at what EU is looking at, is that this artificial intelligence that we create, we are the one who create this artificial intelligence. Therefore, this artificial intelligence would have to serve humanity, and whatever values that this artificial intelligence were to uphold, it would have to be human rights, fundamental human rights, values that we human as a whole cherish. Now, whatever new technologies that we come up in the future, people are already talking about metaverse, people are talking about all kinds of things, right? It will definitely reflect you as the person, the one who create and invent all these new advances, actually to serve humanity. So you cannot go behind technologies and say, well, is this AIs that are killing people? These are the AIs that are, disrupting human lives. Actually, the one who create those AIs are actually human, right? So eventually, whatever that we create, develop to provide solution to the problems that we have now would have to be based on values that are cherished by humanity as a whole. And this is what IRUM is all about. We want to nurture graduates with certain values, Khalifah, Amanah, Iqra, and Rahmatan lil Alamin, and you get to know this much deeper after this. But also the idea that the research itself would have to be a responsible research, that all our endeavor in research must be for the benefit of humankind or rahmatan lil alamin. Now with that, I want to go into CPS, just to give you a brief of what CPS is. A lot of you apply to IIUM through CPS. We are basically the gateway for you to enter into IIUM. And CPS will be the gate out for you to graduate from IIUM. So you touch CPS, we are the touch base as you enter, and we are the touch base as you leave. But eventually the program that you are going to undergo will be run by the kuliah. After this, you will have a Taaruf session with the kuliah, right? You'll be there most of the time, but CPS will be monitoring whatever processes that is happening in your PhD journey. So you're basically responsible for your academic program, but a lot of academic matters are actually under the control of the kuliah. Some students are not sure of the relationship between CPS and the kuliahs because they thought for every single thing they come and complain to CPS. Well, actually a lot of the processes take place in the kuliah. So you also need to get to know your kuliah, and there's going to be a separate Taaruf session in the kuliah. Now, as far as the institutional policy are concerned, I have a few messages. One thing, we should be running our 3-minute thesis competition beginning of the semester. And I would encourage research students particularly to try themselves out in the 3-minute thesis competition. Essentially, it's where you have to pitch your ideas, your research ideas in just 3 minutes. And can you imagine, right? Your research could be 400 pages, but you have to compress it to 3 minutes, right? You have to pitch it to 3 minutes. Now, that is a very important skill because, you know, even if you have complicated ideas, you still have to be able to convey it in simple message that everybody can understand. And this is not an easy process, but very useful for, you know, research candidates. So I would ask you to look out for that and participate. If you're not ready to participate now, perhaps just have a look at how the competition ran and how the other candidates, you know, did their 3-minute thesis competition. The second thing, CPS also offers or run or administers financial assistance, right? We have Sejahtera, HAIR, and Imtiaz. We're in the midst of liberalizing the Sejahtera Award, where, you know, we hope new students can also apply for the award, but we are thinking of opening it only to excellent students, those with 3.5 CGPA 3.5 and above. So you don't have to wait for the second semester or third semester. You can, you know, apply before you come in or the minute you come in. I'm not quite sure whether it will be open this semester. If not this semester, it will be next semester because we have a few things that we need to tie up. Secondly, our PG regulations. This is a bit like SAPER. This is the regulations that bind all of you as a PG students, will be revised in line with the MQA revised standard. So we are going to roll out a number of new initiatives. The third one is, of course, it's unfortunate that we have to cancel our Takrim Al-Khirijin, right? This is a session where we PhD students cherish, or is it the other way around? The supervisors cherish the students, right? By hooding them. It's called hooding ceremony. So we honor our PhD students for their success in their PhD studies. So it's very much a personal thing. Is the supervisor will robe, you know, the student. Unfortunately, we have to cancel for this March convocation, but we're hoping to have that for August convocation and November convocation. And this is a ceremony that many PhD students cherish very much because it's more personal ceremony between them and the supervisor. Fourthly, we run activities, training programs throughout the year on research anything on research methodology, research process, anything on research throughout the year. Keep a lookout at these training programs because they are free. Some of them may be offered at the library, but you have to pay for it. Outside, you have to pay for it. We even had Atlas Tea, I think twice last year, and it's free. So look out for all these research seminars and webinars, and sign up for them and attend them because they are free. It's for your disposal. And as you know that a lot of our processes have now moved online. We have a simplified enrollment, graduation process, submission of thesis, and Viva itself, right? Everything has now moved online. We were hoping to have some of the activities face-to-face, right? We just had a session with PGSS, the appreciation ceremony in face-to-face, but somehow because of the surge in COVID-19 cases, we had to have this ta'aruf online. Otherwise, we would have a nice tea ceremony with you guys. And like I mentioned, tak kenal maka tak cinta, meeting each other through online. So nothing doesn't give you that much acquaintance, put it that way. It's much nicer to have a relationship in the real world. But inshallah, if things are better, perhaps in the middle of the semester, we can have some programs hybrid in the form of hybrid. And with that, I congratulate all of you for making the right choice to come to UIA. Like Prof. Asmat said, these are wow and wow and wow. And I hope that you enjoy your stay in IIUM. And I hope you have the opportunity to be here in campus, because the campus is really a beautiful campus with a lot of choice in terms of food and nature, put it that way. And I look forward to you making full use of all the facilities that we offer in IIM. With that, wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Prof. Dr. Ida Madiha, for your insights and background about the fresh students, what they are going to experience in the coming days or in the coming semesters. And I hope the more hybrid and more face-to-face it is, the more valuable is for them to develop a bond with the IUM community and the university itself. Because I am one of the fortunate ones who came before COVID, and I had that bond, and then COVID came in and I got stuck. I couldn't leave. But I would wish for my fellow friends and brothers and sisters who are coming to the university that they should visit the university, live the university life, and learn from the various activities under the CPS, under the Kulia, with collaboration with PGSS community. I would rather encourage most of you to be part of the PGSS community, to have a better and a greater platform to interact and communicate with each other. With that, thank you very much, madam, for your words. We'll move on to our next session. We have a speaker. The next session is about the CPS management rules and regulations. And the honorable speaker is Assistant Professor Dr. Noor Amali Muhammad Dawood. Professor Noor Amali Muhammad Dawood is a Deputy Dean, Academic and Internationalization from the Center of Postgraduate Studies. So floor is yours, sir.
Okay, can you see the slides?
We can see it, sir.
Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good evening My dear moderator, Brother Shadab Khan, Honorable Dean of CPS, Prof. Ida Madiha, Taaruf Committee members, representatives of Postgraduate Student Society, and my beloved new intake postgraduate students of IIUM for the semester 2 session 2021-2022. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to IIUM, the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum ila hadiqatil ilmi wal fadila. I wish to congratulate each of you on having secured your postgraduate place here in IIUM. Whatever routes and credentials you came to be here, believe me that you have made a wise choice in selecting IIUM as your place for postgraduate studies. And on the screen, we have our alumni. Those who are familiar with IIUM have been associated with the university since their undergraduate or master's degree. Thank you for your continuous support and welcome back to your alma mater. We also have on the screen fresh faces who came from a variety of regions, countries, and institutions. Welcome to this, what Professor Kamal said, Islamic higher education, okay, IIUM, where you will find here excitement, inshallah, joy, a lively, diverse, and vibrant atmosphere. Not to forget a warm brotherhood as well, right? And inshallah, we are here at CPS to support, facilitate, and guide you. And this is my purpose of being here in front of you, to brief you on some of the rules and regulations related to postgraduate studies that will govern you and bind you while you are here. And it is worth noting that these rules are not intended to cause you difficulties, but rather to facilitate you, to ensure your progression, and to assist your journey from the first status that you will have, R, which is registered status, to GR, to graduated status, right? In this session, of course, I will not go over all the rules and regulations. Okay, the rest of the rules will be covered during Taaruf session and briefing that will be conducted at your respective kulliyah and departments. What I'm going to concentrate today is on these 5 items related to academic. The second will be on research, and then scholarship, publication, as well as student development. Okay. You may write your concern or question in your chat box whilst I'm sharing you with these rules and regulations. Okay, all right. Pertaining to the academic, all right. The first thing that I would like to highlight is on academic calendar. We need to observe this calendar. Have a look at your academic calendar in CPS website, and please observe the important dates and plan your activities, your research, and your new life accordingly. Okay. The commencement of this semester 2, 2021-2022 will be on 6 March for Pago campus and 7th March for Gombak campus. All right. And then, Next is related to the language requirements. Of course, to enable registration of courses at the Kuliah or Center of Studies, the student need to fulfill language requirements, right? And as you're aware, the medium of instruction, study, and research activities in IIUM are mainly in English. We are also use Arabic language in certain programs. So the mastery of both language is crucial. For English language, the students are required to provide evidence of having attained the minimum required score for TOEFL, IELTS, or EPT. And the minimum required score for English is listed in this table. For English language, all art-based programs with English as the medium of instruction. TOEFL 550 minimum, IELTS minimum 6.0, and EPT score 6.0. Whereas for all science, technology-based programs and IRK programs, minimum TOEFL score is 500, IELTS 5.0, EPT score 5.0. Except for certain programs for PhD and Masters of English Language and Literature, PhD and Masters of Teaching English as Second Language, TESOL, they have their own language requirements. Okay. For TOEFL, for example, 600 and 7.0, and for PhD and Masters of Teaching English as Second Language, 600 TOEFL and 7.0 IELTS and 7.0 EPT score. For PhD and Master of Arts in Teaching of English for specific purposes, 587 TOEFL, 6.5 IELTS, and 6.5 EPT. And for PhD and Master of Arts in Teaching of Arabic for specific purposes, 425 TOEFL, 3.0 IELTS, and 3.0 EPT. And Arabic PhD and Master program with Arabic as the medium of instruction, PhD and Master program with research-only mode, and PhD and Master programs in IRK, bilingual, and thesis written in Arabic. The entry requirements is a very minimum 425 for TOEFL, IELTS 3.0, EPT score 3.0. And for clinical programs in Kuliah of Medicine, graduation requirements is 500 TOEFL or IELTS 5.0, EPT score 5.0. So these are language requirements, English language. And then for Arabic language, PhD and Master's program with Arabic as the medium of instruction, PhD and Master programs in IRK bilingual and thesis written in Arabic language, PhD and Master programs with research-only mode and thesis written in Arabic language. The Arabic placement test score, the minimum is 7.0. So they need to fulfill English requirements 3.0 and Arabic placement test score minimum 7.0. For Master of Arts in Teaching of Arabic for specific purposes, PhD and Master's program in IRK bilingual and thesis written in English language, 6.5 and 5.0 APT score respectively. I also want to highlight here the language requirement. There are certain exemption for English and for Arabic. For example, for English requirement, the student may be exempted from this English requirement if they have undertaken a regular program of study and have graduated from universities that use English as the medium of instruction in English-speaking countries, or who have graduated from IIUM. So they will be exempted from these language requirements. As well as for Arabic language requirement, those who have undertaken, for example, regular program of studies and graduated from universities that use Arabic as a medium of instruction from Arabic-speaking countries, or who have graduated from IIUM in a program with Arabic as a medium of instruction, they will also be exempted from this language requirement. Right? What happens if the student does not achieve the required scores? So they will have the option to study in IIM, but they need to enroll into language proficiency course first for postgraduates for a maximum of 2 years at CELPAD prior to his admission into the postgraduate programs. But this period of study language will not be counted in the overall study period. And the student will not be allowed to register for any courses of postgraduate programs except the prerequisite courses with a maximum of 2 courses per semester. Right. So these are related to the language requirements. And then for study period for master and PhD, depending on the specific program, the study periods of various postgraduate programs shall fall within these following minimum and maximum limits. You may finish your master's program within minimum duration, 1 year, or within normal duration, 2 years, or maximum duration, 3 years. This is for full-time type. For part-time master, minimum duration is 2 years, normal duration is 4 years, and maximum duration is 5 years. We have this Master of Education if you are being offered this program, Master of Education Counseling. So the minimum duration for this program is 2 years, and the normal duration is 3 years, and maximum duration is 4 years. For clinical specialist training program meant for Kuliah of Medicine, minimum duration is 4 years for full-time. We have no part-time for this clinical specialist training program. Normal duration is also 4 years, and maximum duration is 7 years. For PhD, the study period for full-time minimum is 2 years. You may be able to finish your PhD within 2 years. Okay, you need to work hard for that. And then normal duration is 3 years. Maximum duration is 6 years. For PhD part-time, minimum duration is 3 years. Normal duration is 6 years, and maximum duration is 8 years. So for a student who exhausted this normal study period, what he should do. Okay, so he needs to apply extension of study period. He must apply to the UCPS University Committee for Postgraduates upon the recommendation of the Kuliah for an extension of his or her studies, and the extension may be granted up to the maximum period. And what happens if your study is beyond maximum period? Master 4 years, for example. So if your study reach beyond maximum period, the Dean's Council meeting may approve and endorse the appeal for extension. But it is not advisable. Please plan properly your studies and be graduate on time. There are many things that you can do once you complete your master and PhD, all right? And then in case that the student is terminated from his or her studies, there are also the opportunity given by the university. The term used is to reinstatement of studies, application for reinstatement of studies. This is for the terminated student who is terminated because of non-registration of courses. We have many cases of this terminated student, and the sad thing is that because of non-registration, students need to know that they need to register every semester. Every semester they need to register their courses, their research progress through department, and then the Kuliah, and it will be recorded in CPS, this kind of progression, this kind of registration. In case that the student has not registered, they will subject to termination, and to retain back their status, they need to appeal, okay, to the Senate for reinstatement of studies within 6 months. And any application for reinstatement beyond 6 months will not be entertained. If you're still interested to study in IIUM, you need to apply once again as a freshman, as a new student. Okay. And a to-do list, okay, once you registered as a postgraduate student, please activate your iMaklum. Okay, please activate your iMaklum. This is your student portal. So here you may have this academic services in your iMaklum. For example, you may do through your iMaklum course registration. You may check course schedule in iMaklum, your study plan. You may add and drop courses through this platform. You may have access to iMonitor system. I will brief you later on what this iMonitor is all about. And your final statement can be generated through this platform. So this is related to iMaklum. And then for registration of courses, research progress, and dissertation, so please have a look at the registration period For example, for master mixed mode, for registration of courses, you need to do it at semester 1 and 2. And for your research proposal at your semester 2. For dissertation, registration can be done at semester 3 and 4. And for master research only, research proposal, you need to register your research proposal during your semester 1 and 2. This is for full time. And for the thesis, you need to register your thesis semester 2 until semester 4. And for PhD, you may register courses during semester 1 until semester 3, and you need to register research proposal during your semester 3, and to register your dissertation for during semester 3 until semester 6. For research only mode PhD research proposal, you need to register during semester 1 and 2, and thesis semester 2 until semester 6. So you need to register. Please make sure you register your courses. Please have a close connection with your department, with your kuliah for registration purposes. As Prof. Ida mentioned, that registration needs to be done in your kuliah, okay, in your kuliah. At CPS level, we will take note on your registration. Okay. And then this is related to academic matters. Actually, there are many things, but I just pick up certain important parts of these academic matters. Now we move on to research. Okay, your thesis, your dissertation. Once you register your research, of course, you are obliged to devote yourself to research activities, and to assist and ensure the smooth progression of your research work and graduate on time, CPS has developed iMonitor, and postgraduate students may benefit from this iMonitor to initiate meeting between him and his supervisor. And also the postgraduate student may record their logbooks or any document deemed necessary, and to allow students to document and submit the official research progress for evaluation for every registered semester. All the progress reports, you may use this platform, okay, for submission of your progress reports. We try as much as possible not to be a paperless, okay, to be a paperless university. And also we are using this iMonitor platform to GOT monitoring module to allow supervisor to keep track the progression of his supervisee along the study period, as well as to check the progress against Gantt chart. So this is, so make full use of this iMonitor, and I hope, I will pretty sure that this platform will be briefed further by your respective kuliah. This is iMonitor that monitor your research progress. I'm sorry, the image is a bit blur. All right, so here you may use iMonitor to it can be beneficial for your supervisor to keep track your research progress, and it will benefit for the student as well to update their research progress as well, and whether it is according to the milestone of the research itself or not. And then for submission of research work, once you finish your research work, make full use of another platform which is also developed by CPS, namely iViva. Okay, if iMonitor is monitoring platform from the beginning of your research until the end of your research. Once you have intention to submit your research, iViva platform will be in the picture. Okay, you need to fully use of this iViva as well. Submission of research work, master thesis. What should you do? You must notify the deputy dean or coordinator postgraduate and the CPS at least 3 months by research only, or 1 month by coursework and research. Why 3 months and why 1 month? 3 months is for the to give ample time for searching your internal and external examiners, because for master by research, it requires external examiners as well. So it needs ample time to search the examiners and also to confirm their availability. And 1 month for coursework and research. This is notification of intention to submit your research work. 1 month because for coursework and research, it requires only 1 internal examiner. So the period is lesser compared to master by research. And Kuliah shall appoint an examiner for the research work. And once the supervisor is satisfied, he shall certify the acceptability of the research and conduct a similarity check Turnitin, generate the report and validate it. So all this documentation can be done by your supervisor through iViva. The student shall submit to the department copies of the research as the number of appointed examiners. If we are using iViva, no need many copies of your research work. It is enough for you to upload your research in iViva, and it will be sent straight away to the respective examiners. And once you submit your research work, the student will be given TE status, thesis examination. TE is thesis examination status, and he or she will be excluded from any tuition and examination fees until he is declared as GR graduated status. So no need to pay anything once your status is TE. Okay. And for submission of research work, PhD, thesis, or dissertation, you must submit your intention to submit the research work at least 4 months before the date. He wants to submit the research. For master, 3 months, and for PhD, 4 months. Intention to submit your research need to be done 4 months before. This is once again to facilitate the kuliah and the university to find the examiners as well as to confirm their availability. And kuliah KPGC, kuliah's postgraduate committee shall appoint an examiner for the research work. And once the research is ready for submission by the supervisor needs to certify that the research is acceptable for examination, and he needs to conduct this similarity check, and the report must be generated and validated by the supervisor. And also the candidate shall submit a soft copy of the research work to the Center of Studies. Once again, you may upload your thesis or dissertation to the Center of Studies through iViva. Upon submission, submission of master thesis, the TE status will be granted, and student will be excluded from tuition fees and examination fees until he is declared as GR or graduated. This is iViva. You may find details about this iViva, the manual for iViva in CPS website. It is an online system to offer different functions to handle student thesis and dissertation. To complement iMonitor system, okay, I mentioned just now, iMonitor is to track your progression once you embark on research activities. When you are about to finish, iViva will take over to track the progress of your thesis submission from intention to submission until final submission to student repository submission. So it is a complement to iMonitor system. Make full use of it. Help students to manage their thesis and dissertation submission online. And it has different modules. Modules for thesis, intent submission, abstract submission, examiner selection. Thesis intent submission is for student. Abstract submission is for student. Examiner selection is for the supervisor and for the department. Completed document checklist. Okay, this is meant for kuliah. Examiner appointment. This is meant for the kuliah. Thesis tracking, Viva examination. So this is meant for both supervisor and the student. Post-Viva thesis submission is also done through iTalim. When you do all the correction and you want to submit your correction, it can be done through iViva. And open access declaration. Final submission to student repository submission can also be done through iViva. So we have the platform to facilitate our student and to ensure the efficiency and to ensure that they are able to finish their research during the prescribed time period. You may use this iViva. You may open the CPS website and then go to the student, and you may find the menu for this iViva. You may find here intention to submit research work, abstract submission, completion checklist, on-track thesis, Viva Voce details, submission final thesis, copyright declaration. These are the modules that you may find in your iViva. please have a full use of this platform. All right. There is a question from Wiswalingam Priscilla. Okay. Can I know, Prof, when we will receive our study plan? Where is the question once again? Okay. For matters related, your study plan, you can get it in your respective kuliah. Okay, from your respective kuliah. They will have this briefing and also briefing on academic matters as well as on matters related to study plan. Okay. For scholarship, Prof. Ida just mentioned few names of these financial assistance offered by IUM, and it is a competitive financial assistance with package, with criteria. You may apply for this financial assistance. If we have this Imtiaz scholarship, we have Khair Award assistance, we have Sejahtera Award. We also have this Jamalullah scholarship. We have CPS Sejahtera scholarship, and you may click the detail in each and every assistance, financial assistance, to know the details about the requirements and eligibility. And apart from this financial assistance, we have postgraduate assistantship offered by other providers. You may have a look at the assistantship, financial assistance from Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia. Try to find out the updates on the scholarship offered. This is meant for local, and we also have MARA, convertible loan, right? And we have also Yayasan Negeri. And for international students, Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia do provide certain financial assistantship. For further updates, you may browse to their respective websites. And for postgraduate students, the university has certain requirement for graduation, namely publication of your research work. And to ensure research quality, the university has endorsed standard research publication requirement for graduation. It started from batch 381, G181 above, and as a student of postgraduate, for master mixed mode, there is no requirement for publication. But for master by research mode, minimum publication is publication equivalency is 0.6. If you have index conference proceeding 0.6, you already fulfill the graduation requirement. And for PhD mixed mode, industrial or clinical, minimum publication equivalency is 1. Okay, 1 PE from index journal. Okay, And for PhD research mode, minimum publication is publication equivalency is 2. 1 PE from index journal plus 1 PE from any combination of publications. So altogether 2. So you need to fulfill all this requirement to enable you to graduate from the university. Of course, there are some initiative from our university for you to come up with research. For example, allocation for every student, 500 ringgit throughout period of study to present paper at conference, or for publication fee of journal article, and research publication facilitation fee of up to 5K per year by Research Management Center. You may have a look at this. You may apply for this allocation. And higher award for students secured as graduate research assistants in funded research, 100% or 50% tuition fee waive once you become a graduate research assistant in funded research. If your supervisor has research grant and you work under him, so your research will be you will have this 100% tuition fee waive, or 50% tuition fee waived. For student development initiative, of course, we have in CPS, Postgraduate Student Society. You need to join this Postgraduate Student Society and involve yourself in their activities. This is to sharpen further your leadership skills. Okay? And then for student development initiative as well, we have monthly workshop and training on various topics. We also have this collaboration with MOS to provide spiritual programs. We also have this collaboration with Smart Students, Smart Learning and Research on soft skill, research skills. You will expose throughout this training on recent techniques in doing research, such as SPSS, Atlas TI, data analysis, and they are free of charge. Prof. Ida also mentioned about 3-minute presentation of thesis in English and Arabic competition, which is held annually. So please join this kind of programs, and it is a kind of wonderful exposure for you as a postgraduate students in IIUM. And we also have this postgraduate colloquium. Please also join this kind of program organized by CPS with collaboration with different kuliah. For example, last year we have this colloquium with kuliah of nursing with Kuantan campus. And please make yourself available to share your research areas, to share your expertise. Okay, this is also kind of exposure. And then for further details about rules and regulations, because our rules and regulations will be revised from time to time. So please keep yourself updated with all these changes, And please visit our CPS websites. You will find there the things that you need as postgraduate students in IIUM, related to thesis manual, code of supervision, Turnitin software, PG regulation, whatsoever. You may have the details in these websites. I think to conclude, I wish you a very success at IIUM, and I'm confident that you will find it an immensely rewarding experience. And I pray that Allah's blessing will accompany your academic endeavors. And while you are here, please grab all array of opportunities to learn and unlearn, to unleash your potential, to enhance intellectually, and to find who you are and how you can make a difference, okay, in the ummah and bring about betterment to the world we are living. Inshallah, you will find here in IIUM the institution with soul, inshallah, and also with virtues. I think that's all my sharing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amali. To everyone, I apologize. Brother Shadab has an errand that he needs to attend immediately. So regardless, I would like to now open the floor for any form of questions from the audience to the speaker. You can either unmute or just turn on your video, or if you not feel of speaking, you can just send it in the chat. Sorry, send it in the chat box and I'll read it out. So any questions from the audience, any questions from the participants regarding what has been deliberated just now? All right, maybe I can, I think I noticed some. Perhaps one question is from Sister Shakira Abdul Halim, is that when will we be having the Taaruf session with our respective kuliah?
Okay. This information you may get it through your kuliah. Because kuliah have their respective date for their briefing. It can be in the week 1, it can be in the week 2. So please have have a contact with your respective kuliah, especially the Office of Deputy Dean Postgraduate Studies at the kuliah, because in every kuliah we have the Office of Deputy Dean for Postgraduate Studies, so they will take care of you, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amali. I've just received some information from CPS saying that the Secretariat will update on the dates, and mostly on 7 and 8 of March. So everyone, you can just take note of that. Any other questions? Any other opinions, comments, or something in relation to what we have discussed? Sorry, what has been presented by the speaker just now? We have 30 minutes. Oh, no, 20 minutes actually. Oh, okay. Anyone have a question? You can unmute yourself or you can send in the chat box. If not, then we will most probably wrap up early lah today. All right, I think like everyone is clear about the procedures and about the matters that you have presented. Thank you so much, Dr. Normali, for for enlightening these new students, but all of the procedures and process. Being a part of an IIM student, especially an IIM PG student, of course, we are expected to observe some form of, how do I say this? Yeah, we're expected to abide by the process and procedures that have been set out. And I think thank you so much, Doctor, for sharing with us about all of this information. In fact, personally speaking, even I myself was just brought into attention about scholarship as well. So thank you so much, Doctor, for this information. This is
Pleasure.
yeah. All right. So with that, I think we can end our session for today. So everyone, please don't forget to fill the evaluation forms available in the chat window. I think my technical team will resend the link if you guys missed it. And just to be reminded that tomorrow's session will start at 9 a.m. And everyone, please, if possible, be prepared 5 minutes before the program starts at least. I think that's all for me. On behalf of Brother Shadab, I would like to also apologize for any shortcomings for today's session. Regardless, thank you so much, everyone, for your cooperation. Thank you so much for your attention, as well as, inshallah, I hope, and this is Brother Shadab's hope, he told me to tell you guys, is that all of you will have a great start to your PG life here in IIM. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.